With the Ladies Mile Property Syndicate, and I'll hand over to Mr. Barnett and the team, and to take us through, we've got the legal submissions, so thank you, and then there's summaries for the witnesses as well. But we're in your hands for the presentation.
Thank you. Jeremy Brabant is my name, so I'm the barrister for the Ladies Mile Property Syndicate Limited Partnership. You will hear evidence or have evidence in front of you lodged on behalf of the syndicate by Hamish Anderson, John Parlane, Cameron Wallace, Tamba Carlton and Hannah Hugavine, and I understand you've read all of that. In truth, from a legal perspective, there isn't a huge amount for me to say, happily or otherwise. I'm not, because this is A, a streamlined process, and B, I know you've all diligently pre-read, I'm not going to churn my way through all of the background or any of that sort of information. The short point is that the syndicate owns land, as you know, within the area that's affected. They've got an interest in how these provisions end up, and that of course translates to an outcome on the land which they may pursue themselves, or it may be that they sell. But either way, the syndicate has, though, been an active participant in the planning processes, and they have actively engaged with other surrounding landowners, and that's something probably that's come through in the information that you've read. In short, the syndicate supports where this variation is heading. It supports the rezoning. It raised a number of issues in its original submission and in primary statements, and since that time those issues have narrowed, which again you would have seen from the summaries, and that's in part thanks to Council and the collaborative approach that they've taken, and that is appreciated. Process in the law I'm not going to speak to in any detail, other than you will see just in para 9 of my submission. I simply note a couple of points that I'd encourage you to keep in mind. The first, just a reference to that real world lens, and you'll be familiar, often that's referred to in the context of resource consenting. And I say simply that it's appropriate to bear that in mind here too, that as we talk about some of these theoretical constructs, in particular in the context of density and desired outcomes resulting from density in terms of modal shift, and looking at evidence around those linkages between density and modal shift, you obviously need as decision makers to keep in mind some of those real world constraints on where matters might go, and those are issues touched upon by Mr. Anderson and by Ms. Carlton. The short point being, of course, that there is no upside in chasing a theoretically desired density if in reality the market simply won't support it in this location, and in that context that's why the syndicate is supportive of a range with an agreed minimum point which is acknowledged as mattering from a density perspective, rather than focusing overly much on a desired average density which perhaps might not be achievable in the real world. In B, I really just give a little bit of a side swipe to the use of avoid terminology on my way past, although my personal views on this are of limited relevance. I'm not a huge fan of it. And really my concern there, I guess, is, and you'll be familiar as a panel with this, once we have that Supreme Court finding about what avoid means, and it being a very strong direction, as you'll recall, I simply say as a result you need to be careful where that terminology is deployed, because otherwise we can find ourselves getting boxed in by higher order objectives and policies if avoid is thrown around too freely, and we take away the ability for responsive planning using methods at a lower level which allow for some sensible and appropriate discretion to be exercised. So I simply say that I would encourage you to keep a keen eye on where and how avoid is deployed. And that links then to that final point there where I say, perhaps somewhat old school perhaps these days, but enabling outcomes are ones that I believe are appropriate both generally and in this case they're appropriate here, where there is a commitment from the community to an outcome which I think is a good one, There are, of course, going to be some, hesitate to use the term bottom lines because that has its own connotations, but there are certainly guide rails that need to be in place around what's developed here. But I'd also encourage enabling terminology because in the end, delivery of outcomes on this land is going to be by primarily private developers and landowners. We may have some housing trusts, perhaps we may have Kaiangora, but fundamentally it are private developers and landowners, and so therefore poorly calibrated provisions, no matter how well intentioned, can generate unintended or counterproductive results. Beyond that, then, para 13, you would have seen the reference here to the 3 issues remaining live for the syndicate. So that's density, activity status of residential visitor accommodation and subdivision. Those were the ones identified by Ms Hugaveen. That's narrowed further because that subdivision issue has really fallen away. And from that point then, the focus is on those density provisions and specifically the minima and to a certain degree whether an average is imposed. And then from the perspective of residential visitor accommodation and activity status, the syndicate's view is that, if you like, the standard provisions that apply elsewhere in the district can equally apply here and should apply here. Beyond that, I'm minded, Commissioners, simply to indicate that the syndicate's position from that point is one which is driven by the expert evidence in front of you on behalf of the syndicate. From a legal perspective, you will have read my submissions, and I don't see any particular need to address you in any detail about those. I am obviously happy to answer questions, but specifically would say by reference to the density issue, that as I read the evidence, the transport imperative from a density perspective is engaged at that 40 dwellings per hectare mark. Now, that I say is an imperative because there is agreement that that is a point which we need to achieve in order to enable modal shift. Once you go beyond that, any higher number, I say, isn't driven by an imperative in terms of delivery and achievement of modal shift outcomes. At that point, and Mr. Parlane can enlarge upon this, we are into a scenario where a whole lot of other factors are at play. So you would have seen in Mr. Parlane's evidence a reference to, unsurprisingly, transport policy and transport decisions around how many buses we might put on and what route they take are the things that really drive outcomes from that point, as long as we have that minimum underpinning of density achieved. And I say for that reason, the Council's continuing desire to impose an average that's much higher is not necessary from a transport perspective. It does raise as well that concern that if too high an average is imposed or too high a minima is imposed, we end up with areas of land that are undeveloped. That has some urban design implications and also means the actual density that is achieved on that land is of course reduced as a result because we have areas that are undeveloped. And thus I say that an enabling approach with a range of outcomes is one that you should pursue and is the best by reference to section 32. Beyond that, I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any for me or proceed into witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Brabant. From my perspective, you mentioned engagement with other landowners, and some other submitters have touched on that. So there's quite sort of active discussions between the various landowners along Ladies Mile?
So I can answer that in part, and then potentially the best person to speak further to that will be Mr. Anderson, but the answer is yes, there has been engagement between landowners. It was perceived as beneficial and helpful to the process if discussions were held with a view to narrowing issues, identifying areas of common approach. I know in particular there was a fair amount of discussion about matters such as stormwater, of course, which still is to a degree vexed for you to work through, but that has extended further to some exchanges between parties around other provisions. I was involved at the periphery of some of that, but if you have further questions about some of those exchanges, then Mr. Anderson would probably be the right person to inquire of.
Thank you. And then, this is possibly more for the experts, etc., but in relation to the 40 and the setting for the PT mode shift enhancement, that's certainly one element to it. Do you think it's fair also that the council's looking at an efficient use of land type argument too, noting, of course, your comment that it needs to be able to actually be built in the market? But do you see that it's not just purely density for mode shift, it's also got using this limited land resource in an efficient way?
Of course, but the qualifier that you mentioned is key to that, isn't it? That it is clearly inefficient to impose rules which the market is unable to deliver in a timely way. And that's really the nub of the issue. Otherwise, one could say, I know there's a limit somewhere, but the more the better. Why would we stop? On a pure efficiency perspective, a 12-storey building would be more efficient in a sense. You have to decide on an outcome which is workable and deliverable. And look, there's obviously a range of other concerns you will have as well in terms of amenity, landscape, and so forth. But I accept it is not a pure transport issue, albeit a lot of the flavour I had from evidence early on was very much focused on that. And perhaps more recently, my perception is that the efficiency argument has perhaps surfaced a bit more as the minimum in the context of traffic has been backed off to some degree by some council experts.
Thank you. There's no further questions from me, but the rest of the panel. Ian.
Hi, Mr. Rabbit. Two questions. Appreciate you've outlined the submitter's view on the density minima. I wasn't quite as clear whether there's any view even at all on the proposed maxima. Does the submitter care about those?
So the maxima, if I recall correctly, is proposed by Mr. Brown at 72 from memory. My recollection or my understanding is from the perspective of the submitter, they are comfortable with that as a range. The evidence you will have seen in front of you on behalf of these experts is that it is unlikely that sort of number would be achieved. But certainly if it is achievable in a way that provides a return, then of course the syndicate would be interested in delivering at that level.
Sure. Let me rephrase the question. Is the submitter seeking a maximum density cap as a rule, or is it merely indicating a comfort with the council's proposal for one?
So my perception of that, and Ms. Hoogeveen may take a different tack, I don't believe so, but I'll just put that qualifier on. My understanding is that the submitter is indicating a level of comfort with 72, but it does not have a firm view that a maximum needs to be imposed.
Yes, thank you. Second question then, when we were discussing with the council's witnesses this issue of density and what needs to be achieved in the high density zone and the various machinations of where the positions changed, the theme that came through as the principal defence for trying to require some of the higher density outcomes in the high density zone was about this issue of housing affordability and housing diversity. So the next question that leads to is if we were minded to focus more on the passenger transport minima and start thinking about a more flexible approach beyond that, if the issue is housing affordability and housing variation or diversity, what are some of the key legal impediments or issues you might counsel us on if we were minded to look at linking a more relaxed density requirement with a greater expectation for achievement of affordable housing or housing diversity.
So I'm clear on the proposition.
Can we require affordable housing and housing diversity?
Within the confines of this plan change as notified? Frankly, that's not something that I've looked at. I need to be upfront about that.
Fair. That's fair. And it didn't really come through until we were getting the witnesses to really explain with us what it was they thought was essential about some of these longer term densities that might not currently be feasible. So I can't pursue that with you any further.
No, what perhaps, and you may have this in mind already, I'm sure that Mr. Anderson as a property specialist property development consultant and Ms. Carlton might have views about, I suppose pragmatically, if you went down that sort of road and there were scope, whether these sort of provisions actually achieve the sort of affordable outcomes that one hopes they might. They may or may not have views on that, I don't know. But the scope aspect is not something that I've looked at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No, all good. So we'll go to Mr. Anderson.
Yes, thank you. And so I've simply told, you can direct otherwise, Mr. Chair, but I've simply told my witnesses that in the scenario we have here, where all of these have been pre-read, that essentially they should just proceed to work through their summary, and you're not looking for a whole lot of formal introduction. If I've misunderstood that, please advise otherwise.
That is perfect. Paragraph 3 onwards would be ideal.
Okay.
And it's nice and short, which is even better. Leaves time for questions, so that's good.
Good afternoon. I don't have a presentation, so I'm just going to talk through my written summary.
Yes. Yep.
First of all, just before I start on point 3, the first thing I'll say is you'll see from my evidence that I've got a relatively substantial history in delivering large master plan developments. So particularly residential-based developments with a lot of medium density, retail centres and apartment buildings. And I've actually delivered apartment buildings myself and those retail centres and these master plan developments. So I've got a lot of expertise around not only the setting up these master plan developments from a planning perspective and an engineering design perspective, but actually physically delivering these things. I've actually delivered these things. So I can bridge that gap between planning and ultimate outcomes and how you actually get from one point to the next. The first thing I'll talk about here is the minimum density requirement, and Council through rebuttal have obviously reduced the minimum density in the high density zone down from 60 to 50 dwellings per hectare. I still have concerns with that. My concern with 50 is that in my experience that doesn't deliver sufficient range of housing typology. And in particular through the master planning exercises and through the Council's master plan document, it was evident there was a substantial amount of very similar 1-2 bedroom type product, whether that was terrace or whether that was apartment development. Now, what that lack of housing diversity means is that it's a lot harder to deliver volume to the market, and that then goes on to how long it takes to develop out the overall master plan. And the second thing is an over-reliance on unfeasible high-rise apartment buildings as well. In my view, a more appropriate density for the high density area, or minimum density, is 40 dwellings per hectare. The reason I say 40 is through the massing studies that Mr. Wallace has carried out, and through my experience in master plan development, 40 dwellings per hectare can deliver a much greater range of typologies. So not only the low-rise apartment buildings, but a mixture of terrace typologies, 2-bedroom, 3-4 bedroom, 2 3-level type products. And that partially answers, I guess, Commissioner Munro's question to Mr Brabant earlier around affordability. And one of the important things in delivering affordable housing is building cost. But we can come back to that later. In saying that, I don't think we should preclude high-rise apartment buildings. I think we should enable it. If in the future high-rise apartments deemed to be feasible for some reason, if we enable it, the market will deliver it if it stacks up and is a preferable type of development. In terms of visitor accommodation, I don't believe that, or my view is that the visitor accommodation rules that are currently drafted are not appropriate. I have concerns that they are overly restrictive compared to other areas of the region, and if overly restrictive rules are put in over Ladies Mile, that will make Ladies Mile less competitive from a sales development perspective than other areas in the region. The rules as they're written as well have a couple of relatively new items within them, such as the 25% requirement of a building to be, as a maximum that could be VA. I have significant concern around how that might get implemented in reality, how that 25% is allocated among the number of units within the building, who is responsible for allocating that, who is responsible for managing that. I think that there's significant complication around that. And again, the non-compliance status as well, that is new here as well. That's pretty much my summary as written. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Judith?
Could we come back?
Yes, of course. Puani?
Just in response to your discussions around visitor accommodation and how they might be provided for, especially in regard to the rebuttal, you're saying that the rules are complicated and suggest that maybe they need to be looked at a wider or regional or an area level. Not something we can deal with here.
Yes.
How do you think we can deal with that in regard to the TPLE?
In my view, I think the VA rule should match what it is for the rest of the region. I think it should be laid out basically on the same basis as other areas of the city to allow for that competitive element of the market to provide for a level playing field. If there are more regional concerns about that, that should be dealt with through a different process.
But our considerations can only be within this rezoning.
Yes.
And I was looking for some specifics with regard to how we may deal with it.
I think you should fall back to what's essentially in the existing plan in terms of the other regions, the other parts of the region.
No, I'm good. Thanks very much.
Oh, Judith? Cool.
Good afternoon. I have one question, and it's around this density piece, and this may evolve into more than one question. So we've got, within the variation, a medium density zone that's looking at 40 to 48 houses per hectare, and a high density zone that's currently looking at 50 to 72 houses per hectare with a 55 average. The question I've got is, from your evidence, you're saying that you believe that 40 houses per hectare is a more appropriate lower limit. And from what Mr Brabant said earlier, there is acceptance by the submitter that 72 houses per hectare as the upper end is okay. You know, there's no real discussion around that. The question I have is, if we look at the variation as a whole, we have that range of 40 to 72 that you're saying should be just in the high density zone. So I'm just struggling to understand why having a 50 to 72 area within the overall variation is such an issue if we've got that 40 end in other areas to provide that variation in housing typology?
The 72 doesn't concern me at all.
Okay.
I would have thought that from a 72 perspective, it may come back down to an infrastructure capacity issue. And if new bulk infrastructure has been designed, that needs to be ultimately designed for a set population. And having recently been through a plan change up in Peacock and Hamilton, I know that a lot of this, and having an engineering background, I know that there is a lot of capacity within this new bulk infrastructure, or can be provided within bulk infrastructure. And so I wouldn't have thought that having an upper limit is necessarily that much of a constraint.
So could you answer the question around why the 40?
So
And the
40,
why is the 50 such an issue in high density if we've got provision for 40 across the medium density zone within, when you think about the variation as a whole, to provide that housing typology difference that you were talking about, that the 40 houses per hectare would give you?
My concern with 50 is that the high density zone is extremely large in relation to the overall master plan area. And when you look at the range of typologies that will get delivered in what is actually quite a small medium density zone, because you've got a low density zone as well, again, you're going to end up with a substantial amount of very similar, very small product. And it's going to force development to provide 2-bedroom, 4.5 metre terraces and 1 to 2 bedroom apartments to meet the density requirements. And my view is that that's not necessarily what the market wants. The market needs more variety. Families need houses, they need 3-bedroom, some 4-bedroom houses, and you can provide that through medium density product if you're clever about it.
So if I can take you to the structure plan and the building height drawing. That's the one with the red and different shades of orange.
See if I can get hold of it.
Just pull it up on the screen.
Just let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Setting aside the Anna Hutchinson Family Trust land, which we have still to debate, in terms of the original structure plan, what would you say the proportion of high density to medium density zoning is?
From this plan?
Yeah, just an approximate.
The plan that shows that. It's probably 2/3, 1/3, or it's probably a bit more than that actually. It's maybe closer to 3/4, 70-odd%. That's including the commercial area.
Okay. So if you've got a third or a quarter to a third of the variation is at the 40 to 48 households per hectare,
Yes.
and if we've got 2/3 to 3/4 at 50 to 72 households per hectare, we kind of, I'm an engineer, so we've got an 8 houses per hectare range for a third of the site, and a
Yes.
12 houses per hectare range for 2/3 of the site. Surely that actually gives you a pretty good variation across the whole of the variation, sorry, bad pun, when you think of it as a whole.
When you think of it as a whole, however, I think we need to remember here that 40 dwellings per hectare gross, and this is one thing that sort of frustrates me, is that there isn't a national way of talking about densities, and I tend to think more in net, but 40 dwellings per hectare gross is still a very, very high density. And if you look at it in a New Zealand context, in terms of a lot of the medium density master plan developments that have been delivered, particularly up in Auckland, and I referenced some of these, and Mr Wallace referenced some of this in his evidence. what is being proposed within the medium density zone is still higher than what is being delivered in the likes of Stonefields, which is 26 dwellings per hectare, which I had a lot of experience developing within there, and higher than what's out in Hobsonville in that context. And so my view here is that 40 gross is still a high number. However, I believe with 40 dwellings per hectare, we have the ability to deliver a range of medium density products that can still meet that density requirement. However, I'm concerned when you throw a substantial area on top of that it suddenly has 10 more hectares gross on top of all of that, it's just too much.
Okay, so just exploring something with you that we've asked of other witnesses.
Yes.
If you're of the view that 40 houses per hectare is a realistic bottom end, and you're comfortable with the 72, you're not debating it, do we need 2 zones or should there just be 1?
It could be 1 zone. And again, an example of that is what happened in Peacock. In Peacock, there's a medium density zone, and then there's a high density overlay, which puts in an additional height limit.
Okay, just needs the yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Gillian? No, Ian? No, thanks. Just one quick one, just on typologies, so we can deal with this with urban design as well.
Yes.
As has been alluded to, we've heard evidence that the denser in the height, etc., and moving to apartments provides different typologies, especially potentially the more affordable. In your opinion, if you're going down more to the medium density type of typologies you've been talking about, how does that relate to affordability and variation of typologies to hit the affordable end of the market versus the greater density ability to maybe hit that market?
Look, in my experience developing apartment buildings, everybody tends to look at the land component, but the most expensive component is the construction cost. And low-rise apartment buildings, 3-level walk-ups, can be built from lightweight systems. The servicing requirements can be sort of individualised to the apartments and can be a lot simpler. The minute you start going over 4 or 5 story level, you start getting into much heavier structures. That's putting aside modular type of stuff and that, but traditionally you're into heavier structures, you're into much more complex servicing arrangements, and the costs really go up within that as well. So I've never viewed higher rise apartment buildings as being an affordable product. And the other thing to remember about those types of apartments is that once you account for those costs and the other associated development costs, and you look at the price point, the minimum price point that you need to hit the market, you've then got to take that product and compare it against something like a 2-bedroom terrace, for instance, which can be delivered at a much cheaper cost. And you've got to ask yourself the question of whether the purchaser would rather buy a 2-bedroom apartment, or whether they would prefer a freehold 2-bedroom type terrace product. So that apartment product needs to be able to be price pointed underneath the terrace product as well. So I don't agree that high-rise apartments provide affordable product.
Thank you. I've got no more questions, so thank you very much.
So the next witness I'm calling is Ms. Carlton, which perhaps dovetails quite nicely with this line of questioning around affordability.
Great, thanks so much. Hi.
Hello.
So I'm just going to read my 1-page summary of evidence and then start on the slides which are on the screen up there, and then questions. So the key evidence points. I have prepared a statement of evidence in chief dated 20 October 2023. The Te Pūtahi Ladies Mile Zone isn't appropriate for intensive apartment development because it is remote from amenity. From an apartment development perspective, in my opinion, low-rise, 2 to 3 level walk-ups are likely to be the only market-feasible apartment typology. High build costs leading to high sell-down price points relative to the amenity offered by the area and its distance from amenity means that higher-rise apartments are unlikely to attract owner-occupier purchases. Market demand probably exists from investor purchases for compact housing. However, short-stay accommodation restriction makes these dwellings unattractive compared to other investor-aimed dwellings in the district where this is allowed. Based on the above, the pre-sales needed for intensive apartment development will not eventuate. Short-stay accommodation should be allowed because investor demand creates the additional pre-sales that enable supply. My assessment is that the most market-feasible medium to higher density development option is larger family terraces and low-rise apartments. The density minima should be changed to support this. Okay. So the slides go into a bit more data on those points that I raised in my one-page summary. Where should I point it?
You might be able to manually do it.
Yeah, I'll
actually.
do it. Thank you, everything. But it's that computer over there.
Okay, no worries.
Okay.
Do I need to stay here? Okay, yeah. All good.
Slight technological glitch.
Standard.
But we'll have it covered manually.
Okay, great. So apartment supply occurs in areas with amenity. And this data here is the Auckland apartment market supply since the unitary plan became operative in 2016. You can see that 69% of projects have been in key zones, so city centre, metropolitan centre, and town centre. And then the remainder is outside of that group. I've broken it further into high retail amenity, city fringe, or coastal. In total, 28%, in addition to that 69% in key zones, are in locations with high amenity. 97% of projects are in areas with urban centres or locations with special attributes. Outside of the group, you can see that there have been 7 projects, but also across 7 suburbs. So sometimes people do take a punt in suburbs without the amenities to support apartment development, but it's not more than 1 project per suburb. And looking at the number of units, it's also a small scale project. On a unit basis, 98% of units occur in areas with high amenity. Next slide. So just by zoning for intensive apartment development, that doesn't make it happen. This map shows all of the apartment projects built since the unitary plan became operative. You can see a real concentration in the CBD, Fringe and Isthmus. There are other projects outside in the Auckland region, but there are parts of the Auckland region that are zoned for metropolitan centre, and they are yet to see any apartment supply, nearly 10 years down the track. Zoning for intensification does not create end-user market demand, nor does it redirect it away from areas with higher existing amenity. Next slide. Another point on my data is that high-rise apartments are challenging and really risky for developers. This is the abandonment rate of market apartment projects in Auckland in the last 5 years. So for low-rise, in the Auckland context, 2 to 3 stories, mid-rise, 4 to 6 stories, and high-rise, 7+ stories, you can see the proportion of launches that have been abandoned. 18% of low-rise versus 56% of high-rise, much more challenging. One of the reasons for that is because construction cost is lower with the low-rise apartments, and also scale can be lower, so that enables a faster sell down. Also, more developers and builders have the capability and resources to do them. Next slide. High-rise apartments tend to need car parks. So owner-occupiers of apartments typically own at least one car. In the Auckland CBD, owner-occupier projects have a car park ratio of 1.11. That's in the CBD. So, you know, being located close to amenity employment, that doesn't preclude the need for, or the desire to have a car park with your apartment. When you've got structured car parking, it's a lot more expensive than at grade. So that just adds to the already high development cost of high-rise apartments. Next slide. The market is really price sensitive. So this is pricing of market apartment projects in Auckland. You can see walk-ups, 2 to 3 story, with an average dollar per square metre retail sale price of $10,800 per square metre. So for a 50 square metre apartment, that's about 500 grand. But you compare that to a high-rise with an average dollar per square metre of 15 grand, you're looking at $750 for that same sized apartment. And that's impacting on the affordability. Also, you can see just how price sensitive customers are, because the average dollar per square metre of abandoned projects is higher. So there's a difference of 13% for walk-ups, but 22% for high-rise. Next slide. Allowing visitor accommodation, residential visitor accommodation, increases feasibility. Because investors or people looking for holiday accommodation, they will be attracted to Airbnb use. It will help them to pay their mortgage, and there are other projects in Queenstown that have resource consent for a year-round stay for Airbnb, and if this area has a restriction, it's not competitive. That demand is going to be directed to the areas where it is allowed, so the investor pre-sales are not going to occur, and that reduces the total pre-sales, and pre-sales are needed to get a development off the ground. In the economics JWS, 5 of the 6 experts agree that RVA, as defined in the PDP, increases development feasibility. Next slide. Actually, that might be the end. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to take questions now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Judith's typing, so, oh no, you're ready? I was
My brain is buzzing with questions.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Ms. Carlton.
Yeah.
I do have a few questions.
Yeah.
So first off, when you talk about amenity around apartment buildings,
Yes.
what does that mean to you?
To me, amenity is a mixture of natural amenity and built environment amenity. So fun and nice things.
Okay. So from that, do you mean sort of day-to-day access to goods and services that people liked? So being able to get to a cafe, go to their yoga class, go to the gym,
Yes.
that kind of thing?
That's an example of amenity.
Yeah. So do you include access to education as amenity?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you consider having access to a good-sized supermarket part of
Yes.
amenity?
It's a daily need.
And on the natural side, having some nice parks nearby, some fantastic views from the
Definite
falls.
amenity.
So
Yes.
views to places like the Remarkables or Lake Hayes? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. The reason I want to understand that is what I'm picking up from what you were saying is that in your view, the high density zone that's proposed as part of Ladies Mile does not offer high value amenity.
It doesn't offer it to the same extent as other areas of Queenstown.
Right. And does that mean, therefore, that it's fundamentally not good enough because it's just not quite as shiny as you might get somewhere else?
It's not as competitive.
Okay, so because it's not as competitive, you believe that people won't build there, even though there may not actually be space to build somewhere else within Queenstown?
I believe that demand will be directed to higher amenity areas.
Now, is that regardless of availability of land or not?
Well, land would need to be available, but I understand that there is plenty of available land in higher amenity areas. Queenstown Town Centre and Frankton, for example.
And have you done any study of those areas?
Yes. So there's a apartment project for sale right now in Queenstown Town Centre called Te Tauma, high-rise, and there's many examples of failed apartment projects in Frankton.
So you've presented a lot of information around what's happening in the Auckland market. And obviously you have some familiarity with the Queenstown market, talking about the fell projects in Frankton and the ones in Queenstown. What I am interested to understand is, in your opinion, how directly attributable is what happens in one market to what you might expect to happen in another market?
You mean how attributable is Auckland's experience to Queenstown?
Yep.
I'd say it's pretty similar. I mean, Auckland is a lot bigger, but it has enabled apartment development with the unitary plan. And there's also a similar housing crisis and a need for affordable housing. I think that the data is transferable to this market in terms of where supply gets located, market-directed supply. It gets located in areas with high amenity, and I think that would be the same in Queenstown.
Okay. So, circling back a little bit.
Yeah.
We've talked about, in your view, Ladies Mile isn't as attractive as other parts of Queenstown. And we've talked about the transferability of the Auckland data. This might be a slightly unfair question, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Yeah.
How does Ladies Mile, in terms of amenity and the opportunity it represents, stack up against the amenity that you might be getting in Auckland? What I'm trying to understand is whether there is something else going on in Auckland that might be stifling that development that you're not actually going to get in Queenstown.
So you're saying that there's parts of Auckland that are not seeing apartment development, but that's because of reasons that are not applicable to Queenstown?
I'm asking that.
I don't think that's the case. I think that the market desires apartments in high-valued locations. Because high-rise apartment development is so expensive, the area has to be attractive enough where that development price point is demanded by the market and you get pre-sales. So I think that the same principle applies for both regions.
So can you just remind me what your definition of high-rise is as well? Oh, sorry, I missed that when you were talking.
So in the Auckland context, it's 7+ levels.
So if we are attributing or saying that we can transfer the Auckland data to Queenstown, it's the medium rise in Auckland that would equate to the high rise.
I think, yeah, I think
Ladies Mile, given that we've got a 6-story cap, essentially.
I think people would consider a 4+ level apartment development in Ladies Mile to be high rise.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking around if you're telling us about what's happening in Auckland and that high-rise developments are being abandoned because they're not feasible financially. And if that is 7+ levels and we have a cap at 6 levels, our 6 levels equates to an Auckland mid-rise.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. There were my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Juan?
I think they've mostly been touched on, but I've got some wrong around my head that I'm trying to grapple up. And it's in relation to the fact that we're considering here plan change and zoning in Ladies Mile. And part of it is, well, it appears a large part of it is to enable public transport and to get the densities required where Auckland already has the public transport and the other infrastructure already sitting there. So I'm just trying to work out whether we're looking at comparisons that are a good fit, but also that potentially Ladies Mile is the last piece of flat ground that's really developable in the region without having to maybe go to Cromwell or go some significant difference, where there's the ability within Auckland to keep going out and finding land that might be highly valued for agriculture, but there are still opportunities there. So we have existing constraints here, and I'm just trying to work out, well, if we had this development and there's failed ones in Frankton or wherever else, does it not then create an opportunity for competition?
So you're saying that by enabling intensive apartment development in Ladies Mile, it adds to the available land, so creates competition for developers?
Well, it is the only available land really that's left. So we have to consider this for development.
Yeah.
And if you're saying, well, actually it might be too far from amenity to see it develop here, and the feedback we've had over the last week or so is we're probably talking 10 or 15 years.
Yeah.
It may actually find that that competition's good if we want more density nearer the high school and some of those other sorts of things.
Yeah.
It deals with that issue of getting transport upgrades across Shotover. So there's quite a few aspects to this that need to be given consideration when it comes to the economics of it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand from what you presented to us how much I can take on board from an Auckland example to the landscape that's here in Queenstown.
Yeah. So in my view, it won't add to the competition, because if development's not feasible in Frankton, they're definitely not going to be feasible in Ladies Mile. So I don't see how increasing or enabling extra intensive apartment development helps.
So then what sort of density should we be looking at from your opinion then, if we're not talking about 4 to 6 storey in the high density areas as part of the solution?
So in my view, the density minima should be lowered to enable the most market feasible medium and higher density development option, which is larger family terraces and low-rise apartments. And
when you've backgrounded this and you've done your modelling, will that give us somewhere between 1,100 and 2,400 that we need to enable that mode shift to public transport?
Well, it's really
And if it's not a question that fits with you, quite happy for it to be deferred to one of the
yeah, I
experts
can't
involved.
answer transport, sorry.
Okay, no, I'm good, thanks.
Thank you. Gillian?
Excuse my ignorance on this question, but one thing that I've been mulling over for a while is this RVA? And I look at your slide, where am I? What is the slide, one that you've got here?
Yeah.
And if I had a spare bit of money, I think I'd be trying to invest in a property down here, because the returns are fantastic if I can get a short-term rental and a return of $157,000 a year. But it doesn't really help anyone who lives down here. So I've had family down here who have relocated because they can't afford to rent, can't find a place. How do we solve this problem for people who want to buy a home if we're going to keep encouraging people to enable developments through RVA investment? How do we help people who live in Queenstown into affordable homes?
Yeah, so in my view, affordability occurs when supply matches demand. And for that, I really think that Ladies Mile should enable the most market attractive zoning for the market. To do a denser development with apartments, in the economics conferencing, 5 of the 6 experts agreed that allowing RVA increases pre-sales, and you really need pre-sales to get a development off the ground. If you're relying only on owner-occupier pre-sales, especially in high-rise apartments, there's not going to be enough of them, so the development is not going to happen. I understand the social issues with RVA, particularly in this district, and I understand that there is a district-wide restriction in the PDP. So we agreed that the RVA, as defined in the PDP, increases development feasibility.
Okay, thank you.
Ian? Just from me, the proposal for RVA is 25% of the amount of the development. What would you be looking for? Are you wanting 100% RVA?
Well, certainly that would increase feasibility, particularly of the higher rise apartments, but I don't see anything wrong with being the same as the rest of the district.
And just for simplicity, what is the rest of the district, please?
90 days, I think.
Oh, no, that's the second requirement. So there is a second requirement is the 90 nights per day. So there's a 25% of the units within the building are allowed to be available. And then for those 25%, it's 90 days per annum.
That sounds quite complicated. I would, in my view, I think 100% of the units having a 90-day night maximum is appropriate.
And what's the difference between that and a hotel?
Hotels can be occupied year-round.
Okay, cool. Then you also touch on car parking.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because it's not a sort of otherwise picked up point.
Yeah.
In my read of what you said was car parking is going to be needed. Now there's car parking controls within this area.
Yeah.
So I take it you don't support having car parking controls.
It's not me, it's the market. They want car parks with owner-occupier apartments. And if they are not offered car parks with their apartments, they're simply not going to buy them.
And just out of ease rather than going to the provisions, if you're talking about a 3 to 4 bedroom family walk up or whatever it might be, how many cars would you typically have with that?
If we could go back to the slide of car ownership in Queenstown for owner-occupier households. That one.
Yep. Cool.
2.
So 3 to 4 bedroom, typically 2.
I'd say so. That's 49% of all owner-occupier households.
And the cars, do they relate to part of the amenity that you're talking about for the area? That if there's a restriction of 0.5 of a car, that might affect the amenity?
Do you mean negatively or positively?
Well, whichever way you think. Is car parking reflected through an amenity or an attractiveness to a purchaser making a purchase?
I don't consider car parking to be an amenity, but the market does demand car parking.
And in your experience, how far are people willing to walk for car parking?
So to own an apartment and then walk to their unit car park?
Or to a car park, yes. Yep.
Not far. It would need to be on the same site. It doesn't need to be basement. It can be at grade, adjacent to the building, but beyond that, much lower demand.
Thank you. Any other questions?
So I have a follow-on.
Yeah.
And this may be something for Mr. Parlane to consider. Just with this data, obviously it's based on existing car ownership. I'm quite interested in how that works with the proposed parking provisions and supporting mode shift. So that's one for Mr. Parlane to think about, because it's not fair to ask you about traffic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, in a stroke of good timing, it's Mr. Parlane who's being invited into the hot seat at this point.
That's me. We- So what do I do? So, I'll find the little arrow, there it is, bring it down. Okay, brilliant.
Over to you. Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, good afternoon. I'm John Parlane. I'll start, do you have my summary statement in front of you?
Yes.
Yep, I'll start at 1.1. There we go. Desired outcomes. Higher density is associated with lower rates of driving. I support the goal of allowing higher density to occur if the market will allow it to occur. I don't support rules requiring a minimum density, particularly if that rule is set above what the market can sustain. Density research. A minimum density rule can be problematic because while higher density is a predictor of higher mode share for public transport and lower rates of driving, it's not a sole cause of those outcomes. Mies, and Mies was Paul Mies, just as an aside, he was an interesting chap who had a full career as a lawyer and then threw that aside to take up his true love as a transport researcher. So people
Is that a commentary on law or?
people make choices. Mies showed
Sometimes maybe not the best, but they make
he
the
loved
choice.
it. He absolutely loved it and did some great work.
Right.
Mies showed that the structure of a city and the type of public transport and extent of public transport matter much, much more. That means we simply can't choose a density and expect a particular mode share outcome like choosing from a menu. I understand from Mr Shield's answers, and those are the answers that he gave to the panel just recently, that the council has relied on Newman and Kenworthy's work and arrived at a range of 40 to 60 houses per hectare. However, many of the cities in their work had extensive high-capacity rail systems, which do not apply in this case. And I'll just depart from the document to point out Newman and Kenworthy did their work in 1989, and they did a lot of work on this stuff, and they showed a relationship between driving and density, and they didn't differentiate cities by wealth or income or anything else, really. All they did was density. So if you look in their graph in the papers he's referred to, the extreme right hand is Mumbai, which really has little relevance to Queenstown. But it then dives down through the densities. It has Toronto and Melbourne and places like that. It doesn't divide things out by trains or buses or anything like that. That's why I tried to find something that was bus-based, and the graph that I've given you is the only one I could find that did that. So the graph on the next page, that's the one that I put in my statement, and it's the green line that is likely the most applicable, and that's Cook and Behrens. Cook and Behrens showed little difference between 40 and 60 units per hectare for bus-based systems. So that slope that they've shown, that's the diminishing returns that you're getting. It's not a straight line, it is a curve. And the box, I've put on the box to try and show 40 and 60. Transport impacts if the market can't provide 60 units per hectare. If the minimum density rule is set at a level, just jump to that. If it's set at a level that the market doesn't support, then some or all of the sites will simply not be developed. This has transport implications because minimum density rules allow 0 units per hectare or 60 plus units per hectare, but nothing in between. If only half of the sites develop, then the average of 30 units per hectare impacts on the expected mode share, with only 30% using the bus. If a quarter of the sites develop, then we might expect a reduction to around 20% using the bus. And my earlier caveats that the relationship between density and public transport use isn't an exclusive causal one still apply. So economists use the ceteris paribus sort of assumption that everything else held the same, and in public transport it's usually not the case. But we've got to sort of try and use the graphs as best we can. Similarly, undeveloped sites would impact the chances of non-residential activities being developed, which reduces the number of walking trips. In my opinion, total population matters more than density when using a bus-based system, because we can add bus stops to a wider area. We can't do that with a rail system like Toronto or a ferry system like Hobsonville. A more realistic rule. I understand from the caucusing and Mr Shields' answers to questions that the council witnesses consider a range is justified of 40 to 60 units per hectare. Given the potential risk, then, this confirms my view that 40 units per hectare is a more appropriate minimum. And I had some slides there, and it basically said exactly what went in that, because I was going to just talk to the slides originally, and then Mr Brabant told me that I should bring 2 pages as well. So it's just pretty much a repeat.
Cool. Perfect. Oh, that's good. In terms of timing for questions, I suspect that will serve us well. If there is anything in answering the questions that you want to take us to on the slides, then please do. We'll come back to Judith. Puani, any questions?
Yeah, just the chicken and egg scenario that we've been working through for over a week now. I'm just wanting to, I guess, firstly ask if you've been keeping track of the proceedings, especially from the transportation perspective, and if we build it, will the buses be there, or do we need to provide the buses before they build it? That is really the question.
Yeah, it's always, unfortunately, you have to have the two at the same time. So there will be a period where people have moved in and you'll have to have buses fairly early on in the piece, otherwise they will drive and they'll establish habits, and that will be their habit. So buses will have to be there at the beginning, and you know, as it builds, hopefully it will fill up and support the bus system. But the risk is that it doesn't fill up, and that's where you have this problem of a minimum density rule, and that's my worry. You know, you don't want a Swiss cheese sort of model where there's big holes. And
not something I considered until the last half hour, but if we were to enable a higher level of residential visitor accommodation, how would that contribute to transportation?
You get some visitors using the bus, some. A lot of visitors will come with cars, but you'll find with visitors that they're not required to travel at sort of 8:30 in the morning, and it's that 8:30. That's really the only congestion you've got there, and it's I mean, this will sound like a real Aucklander. I don't think it's even that bad, but then, you know, I probably...
We've had that discussion last week.
Honestly.
Not belittling what the locals go through comparative to Auckland.
Well, I say that and people pour scorn on me outside of Auckland and say, what do you know? But honestly, I mean, if it's a problem, go a bit earlier. That's all you have to do. If you have to be at work at 8:30, then you just leave a little bit earlier, don't you? That's the way congestion works. If you're insisting on using a car, otherwise ride the bus. You know, there'll be a great bus system there. That's your choice.
I'm good, thanks.
Yep. Judith is...
Yep, I've done my back of an envelope calculation, which is what I needed to just work through. So, obviously there's been a lot of discussion around density, and I understand your position in relation to your graph, which you're saying that the box itself represents your assessment of 40 to 60 households per hectare?
Yes, that's making an assumption about the number of people per household, and to try and convert their data to our frame of reference, yes. And
realistically, what that's representing is that you probably get a 5% change on that sliding scale.
And that's worth having. It is, if you can have it. If you know it's going to happen, it's worth having. Okay. And higher is better, but minimums are not better, because a minimum comes with this downside risk that you're going to get zero.
So just picking you up on that. So my understanding is that overall everybody's happy with 40 houses per hectare as the minimum that needs to be achieved, and the feeling is generally it should be across the entire variation, not just the medium density area. So the calculation I was just doing very quickly off on the side was, we were discussing with, I think, Mr. Anderson before, we've got about 120 hectares overall, and if around a third of it is medium density resi, and if the minimum target density for that is 40 houses per hectare, that's around 1,400, 1,500 houses. Yeah. I don't know if you've been keeping abreast of everything, but we discussed with Mr. Shields as to at what point does he feel that a 10-minute service becomes viable on its own.
Right.
That's around 1,500 households in his view. So we kind of have this, in my view, we've got to resolve this, that what I'm seeing is that actually building the medium density zone out at the 40, which is the minimum that's being asked for, never mind we go up to 48, actually delivers what you need to support the PT. So is having the higher density, sort of 50 to 72 households per hectare, such an issue? Does it actually matter from a transportation perspective if the medium density gives us what we need?
It's not. It's a bonus. It is good to have. It's one of those nice to haves. But I wouldn't throw away development to try and get it. That's the problem. And just to jump back to these rules, these minimum density rules are not common. Everywhere we go, there's maximum density rules. Minimum density it's a rarity, and I would advise extreme caution in applying it. I really would.
So if we don't have minimum density, what's the risk from a transportation perspective?
Well, I mean, public transport still works at 20. It really does. But the problem you've got with the minimum density rule is what you're saying is you can, if the market is above your rule and says that's in the money, then the rule didn't matter anyway. It was a pointless rule. And that's what's happened in Hobsonville, where they had one. The market was well above it, and so the rule was meaningless. On the flip side, if the market is below the rule's saying you're allowed zero. That's your only choice that's going to be viable. Because, and you would do that if you think the market's going to change quite quickly in the near future. And I've not seen any evidence. I've read Ms. Fairgray's and Ms. Carlton's evidence. I haven't seen any evidence that that's going to occur. So, you know, I advise caution, and if you're going to have it, 40 is the point to pitch it for that high density area. That's my advice to you.
Okay. So just going on to the parking question that I forewarned you of.
Yes.
If I can take you to the provisions, so chapter 29, and it's rule 29.5.12a.
Okay.
So if you let me know when you have that.
I don't have it in front of me. Do we have
Sorry.
in there? Sorry. Can I have the number again, please?
29.5.12a.
Can you find it?
I will be able to find it.
Yeah, you get there quicker than I will.
It's at page 57.
Thank you.
Sorry, this is a...
Oh, wait on, I'm using potentially a different version to what you're using.
So it's towards the back of the pack,
Yep.
probably about 4 or 5 pages from the back.
Is that 29.57, did you say? Sorry?
29.5.12a.
29.5.12.
So it's the maximum parking requirements piece.
Got it. Only took 3 of us to sort that out.
It's all right. We usually have jokes about how many engineers that take to change a light bulb, so it's, I'm sure we could amend that to a planner, a lawyer and an engineer instead. So Ms. Carlton before touched on the view that the market demands 2 car parks for a 3 or 4 bedroom unit, and what's being proposed as a maximum parking requirement for 3 or more bedrooms is 1.5 spaces per unit. In your view, how important is it to have parking restraint to help drive mode shift?
It's not for residential. There's plenty of science around constraining parking for the non-residential activities, for offices, for retail, for all sorts of things. If you limit parking, you reduce travel by car. But there is no science around maximum parking rates for residential that I'm aware of. I've written an essay for it on 6 different jobs in Auckland because it keeps popping up. It's one of those things that people keep shoving in. They get it out of transit-oriented design guidelines, and it just shows up every year or two, but there's no science behind it. But when you think about it, the car park at your home is where you leave your car when you're not using it. It doesn't have any sort of correlation with your car use. What it does do is it limits the people who might move into a development to those who are less likely to own cars. And maybe that's a good thing, if that's what you're hoping to achieve. But it's a sorting mechanism. It's not a cause and effect. If someone has a household with 3 cars, they will probably choose not to go and live in that development. They'll go somewhere else, and they'll still be making their trips on the road network in the peak hour. If you've got a development that's well served with public transport, those are the very people you actually want shifting in and leaving their cars at home and then riding the bus. That's how you make a change. So I don't really support maximum parking rates for residential at all. I've opposed them numerous times, and most recently on Plan Change 78 in Auckland, although unfortunately my clients have decided not to fight that one anymore, so my essay was for nothing.
Well,
But that's my view.
Thank you for that, Mr. Parlane.
Gillian, any questions?
No, not really. I guess I've got a little bit more interested in the academic side of this, which might be a little bit off topic, but...
And timing, possibly.
and timing, so...
I'll just put that out there.
I will just make it very, very brief. It's probably more of a comment than a question. This diagram you've got, I had a quick look at the author's work. Was it Cook and Behrens? There's a comment that, well, actually the title of the paper that I've pulled up is Correlational Cause, the Limitations of Population Density as an Indicator for Public Transport Viability in the context of a rapidly growing city. And I guess my comment really / question is that there are other causal links around the mode shift, really. It's not just around density. Do you want to comment on any of the other?
Yeah. Cook and Behrens, they did theirs work as a sort of a simulation exercise, working out costs of running buses and that sort of thing. So the paper, the general gist of that paper is about operating costs. And they used an operating cost model that's probably not relevant here in New Zealand. So I wouldn't sort of use or rely on their research for anything other than that, basically that relationship, which matches with buses. But in terms of the other things that matter, the first one is the structure of your town or city. Is everyone going to a centre? Is there a strong centre and they're all going there, or are they dispersing in many different directions, in which case a car is going to be far more likely. If you've got strong employment nodes, like Frankton or Queenstown, and people are going to places that are served by public transport, that's more important than the density. The other thing that's more important is the mode itself. If you've got trains or a ferry service or something like that, or a busway or bus lanes as are proposed here, as opposed to a bus that's going to get stuck in traffic. So those things matter more. It was Paul Mees that wrote all the criticism largely of the Newman and Kenworthy, and his point was that they couldn't explain the difference between Melbourne and Toronto, which have similar densities, but Melbourne has so much more driving, and it's all the other factors. It's largely the planning structure of what you're dealing with that is far more important than residential density.
Thank you, that's helpful, because I think we've had a lot of focus on density and public transport and mode shift, all linked, just being those main focuses. So thank you for that, and I won't take any more time.
It's that dirty little ceteris paribus thing where that's what you've got in the model, so everyone says let's hold everything else equal, but it's not equal. All those other things actually matter more. And in this case, I think what we're really trying to do isn't so much density as get a population in there that will support a school and support shops and support some employment and a community, something that actually works and is successful and has a busway or bus lanes. And if you get that, we're all winners. Everyone's done well. The community's better off.
Thank you.
Ian?
Hi, Mr. Pūtahi. I'll have to put my paw up and say I'm very familiar with the Newman and Kenworthy stuff. It's well over 20 years old. It's not new. And I'm also very familiar with the National Academy of Arts and Science in the States, their Transport Cooperative Research Program, which undertook several case studies of TODs, which are typically rail-based. So I understand your points there as well. I'm interested first to talk about bus service and the council's starting point of aiming for a frequent type service of regular buses buzzing by. Keen to understand your views on the interplay, for want of a better term, between service frequency, how many buses going past my front door, with service destination. Because I can't imagine every bus can simultaneously be frequent but also go meandering through Glenda Drive, round to Remarkables Park, through Frankton, back to Queenstown, down through Arthur's Point and everywhere that people might want to go in between. And it may be that for many people, the real world service that goes where they want to go might only be one every hour or one every, much less than the total frequency of buses going past the door. Do you have any experience with that dilemma and how we might approach
Totally.
that?
I've got some advice on how you might incorporate that. So the issue with buses is if they're 20 minutes or more apart, then you're going to have to use your timetable. You'll go and wait for the bus. When they're 10 minutes or less, you don't. You just turn up and you'll get the next one. And that's when a system really sings. If you can know that you can walk along to the stop and a bus is going to pop in and pick you up. Unfortunately, you never get that sort of from day one. So from day one, as this develops, you'll find that it will be the longer headways. It will be 20 minutes, it might be 40 minutes. And so you'll have to use your timetable. But as the frequency increases, it will become desirable to change some of these things, to just have buses that sort of zip in as a sort of a trunk service. But that's not going to happen from day one for this.
Okay.
There's no way it can happen from day one from this. And my advice to you of how you deal with that is you can't as part of this process. You just can't. The provision of buses is done through a different process. You have to assume that if the demand is there and bus lanes are built, then you just have to assume that the people who fund those things will make that happen, because there's nothing else you can do, really. You can't make a thing contingent on a particular bus system. The thing about bus systems is they can change quickly. Some people hate them for that reason. Other people think flexibility is great. I've seen arguments that rail's better because you can't pull the rails up quickly. You've invested a lot of money, so you must make it work, whereas buses, if it doesn't work, you'll just reroute it and do something that is profitable. And you can't predict that, and I can't advise you of what that will look like. But my advice to you is assume that it will be there, because if someone's building bus lanes and they put a community out there, it has to be.
Okay.
It just has to
I'll
be.
ask you a related question. Some of the witnesses we've heard from have likened the planned facility for Queenstown towards a more rapid transit type service. Others have said frequent, and others have told us it's a pipe dream. It's a way of life, lifestyle choice to just sit in a queue in your car. When I think of rapid transit services that I know, and I can think of the Northern Busway in Auckland as an example, it's not just the principal route. people will often catch a bus to get to the bus service, then catch the rapid transit bus, then get off that and maybe catch another bus to then go where they want to go. But all the discussion I've heard about the service proposed in Queenstown is very much walk to a station, catch the bus to somewhere else, then walk from that to your destination. And that to me, from my own experience, that's typically what one might do on a local bus from A to B for their own needs. That's not something I've associated with a major rapid type infrastructure that, as I say, as I see it, typically relies on other vehicles. And that goes for train-based ones too. So in terms of what you understand of the plan for Queenstown, forget what it's called. In real world terms, are we talking about walk to one stop, catch the bus, get off and walk to your destination? In which case that might hugely limit real world who can use it in terms of who's served. Beyond this site, I mean, presumably the bus isn't just going to go around the block and serve Ladies Mile. We've been told Arthur's Point to Arrowtown.
There was probably 20 years of debate before the North Shore and changed to the line haul system that they now have with feeder routes, because people were worried that requiring someone to change buses would put people off travelling on a bus. There's a penalty that people have in their heads of a cost, if you like, of changing. Once you're in a seat on a bus, you don't really want to get off and have to wait for another. And it took years to get that system in place, and it's been a runaway success on the North Shore. But I don't realistically think that's what you're going to get here in Queenstown. Definitely not in 10 years. I would be absolutely surprised if anybody did such a thing. I think what you are looking at is a system where you've got the bus and you get on the bus and it takes you to your destination. I think that's more realistic for the size of what Queenstown is and the network they have. I don't think it's a system where you're going to get on a fast bus and then get off and wait for a local bus. I just don't think Queenstown has the scale for that. I think it's the first.
Okay.
Yeah.
My last question, and I absolutely understand your point that density doesn't of itself bring buses, but what I'm trying to get my head around is if we're thinking about a service that might run from Arrowtown at one end through to Arthur's Point, and it might have 30 stops, and Ladies Mile is one of those. How does achieving 40 dwellings a hectare at one stop out of 30 make the system viable? How does that work? I haven't been able to follow the numbers.
What it does is it gives you enough people with one or two stops on the highway, effectively, that you can walk up to and fill buses, and so it gives them the opportunity to actually run more buses. And some of them might even start at Ladies Mile in future. There might be, some that don't go all the way out to Arrowtown, that you won't get a 10-minute service out to Arrowtown, but you will from Ladies Mile. There might be, a range of buses. There's already one that goes to the other side of the road. Sorry, I've forgotten the name of it. That development on the other side. Thank you. And having a population rather than density, it's a population because you're talking about a limited number of stops, one or two sort of thing, gives you the chance to run those buses that are going to be frequent. I don't see it as really giving the option to run a 10-minute service to Arrowtown because of this. I really don't.
So is it what I've had in my head while you were talking through your answer is that the more frequent services might start perhaps in the middle of the eventual planned route. It might be more Queenstown, Frankton, Ladies Mile, and over time they might grow out to the extremities.
Yes.
Rather than necessarily be a system-wide it's got to go from A to Z, and that's the deal.
I think so, because remember, this is new demand that doesn't exist, and the bus system that is here now doesn't reflect that demand. It's a supply based on a completely different demand, and so this is demand from one discrete area, and I expect that there would be services that would just start at Lake Hayes, really, or come in from that far.
Okay.
Lots of them. If you've got this whole thing built out, and ideally you get all of those, there's like 4 blocks of land there, rectangles, so you get them all built out with a sufficient population that, yeah, you could run those buses at a higher frequency, but it wouldn't necessarily translate that everybody would get that frequency. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Pallane, that was all.
Thank you, Mr. Parlane. I've got no further questions from what we've already gone through. Conscious of time, and also we're slightly behind, but not too bad. We'll just take a quick 10-minute afternoon tea break now, and then we'll come back with the next witness. So thank
next
you
will be
very much.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace?
Yep.
Perfect. Let's get some urban design in before planning.
Correct.
Something to look forward to. Thank you. And Mr. Barbant, is it Mr. Wallace now?
It is Mr. Wallace now, that's right. We just got everyone lined up, so we're
Look at
ready
us,
to go.
ready to go. Perfect. Mr. Wallace, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So just before I start again, I just want to reiterate, so paragraph 6 of my evidence, I note that I previously or I'm currently working for Council on a number of projects, including the PDP review, the spatial plan review and some appeals in Wanaka, so I just want to make that clear. There's been no crossover in any of that work with anything to do with Ladies Mile, and both the Council and my client were aware, so I just wanted to be clear about that at the start. Just in terms of my evidence, so obviously the focus of it was on relation to the minimum density standards in combination with the general development standards. So, and if I can probably maybe summarise, I think there's an inherent tension with the minimum density standards where it's saying go up, do as much as you can, and there's a lot of well-meaning development standards, but they're actually kind of pushing things back down and requiring, in some cases, less development. So I don't think they necessarily work in conjunction particularly well, especially in light of the economic evidence around some of the viability. So I think there's probably some pressure and tension which would invariably arise as a result of those. In terms of informing my opinion, so paragraphs 10 to 20 of my evidence, I've provided kind of two real-world examples of what we're talking about in terms of density, and the reason I did this was to help my client kind of visualise what the implications of these rules might be. Like there's a lot of Excel tables and calculations done for around density and some really good kind of 3D visualisation, but I thought it was useful to actually provide examples of what's actually been built in New Zealand to kind of compare and contrast the actual built form outcomes. And so those are two Auckland examples, and really those are the only two that I've really been able to come across which I think is probably comparable to this situation. So I think they are useful in that sense, albeit in a different jurisdiction. And I think in light of some of the comments we've had, I would like to point out, so table 1 of my statement of evidence on page 6, when we're talking about these minimum densities, now I know Mr. Lowe kind of did some rebuttal against some of my modelling, but even if we take the example I've provided in Hobsonville in terms of that gross density, where we've got 6 or 7 storey apartment buildings, 4 or 5 storey apartment buildings, some mixed use things, in that area we're still only looking at 35 dwellings per hectare gross, so more than the minimum requirement in the medium density area. So I used the term unprecedented in my evidence, and I didn't use it lightly. I really thought about it, but I couldn't find an example, a kind of a comparable example in terms of these minimum density provisions in New Zealand. And then on top of that, you kind of have a threat of a non-complying activity if you don't achieve it. So my general opinion was that was possibly quite an extreme response to actually delivering on some what could be some really good outcomes in the area. In terms of the development standards themselves, so we talked about, and I've been listening to the recordings. There's been lots of talk around the gateways and the landscaping setbacks and building setbacks on sites and all this, how this might affect development that occurs. So I think there are, I think a lot of those are good. It's just when you combine them with that minimum density requirement, I think they are challenging, and in that sense, some of the revised provisions from council around the average density requirement and demonstrating that, there would still be quite a lot of design work involved, I think, to demonstrate that whatever future parcel of land you had left over was capable of accommodating an apartment building and still meeting all the other rules around height relation to boundary, setbacks, car parking requirements. So you would still be going through a process where you're probably doing a kind of a comprehensive design for most of the site to demonstrate that it works. So that's not insignificant in terms of the investment. In terms of the syndicate's position, I'm supportive of bringing that minimum density requirement down. I do agree that there is some benefit in making best use of the land you are freeing up for development. It would seem a waste to carve it up as 700 metre squared blocks in terms of the challenges. So I do think there is some place for that minimum control. It's just I think it needs to be set at a realistic level where you can deliver some outcomes and you're not necessarily compromising on some of the other design-based aspects that you're wanting to see in terms of the plan change. So that's really the kind of summary of my evidence. So happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Judith, no questions? Hoani?
No questions?
Gillian? Ian?
Did you just have a one-page cover slide? That's for you?
That's the plan.
Okay.
Thought it was too good to be true.
I was looking forward to some close-up pictures from Hobsonville and the like. Okay. What I read of the summary didn't quite lead me to the way you've described the summary, which was to put more emphasis verbally on what you see as a possible mismatch between some of the development standards, activity status, and the density that's sought. Let's say, for the sake of argument, we're not persuaded to lower the density requirements, at least from what's currently the position of the council. It might continue to keep changing its position, but if we were to not look at softening density, we're then left with your view that there's a tension, possibly. So if we didn't soften the density, what changes would we or should we make to the standards?
There's probably a few. So one of the main ones is, we had a submission point, but we didn't really pursue it. Others were more involved. That landscaping strip, that distance. I know there's been a lot of further kind of conferencing. I wasn't a part of that, but
this was the State Highway 6.
The State Highway 6, which as far as I can tell, was a design outcome designed for a high-speed rural highway, and it seems to have changed, but the design doesn't really seem to have changed. When we're talking about efficient use of land, I think a 20 to 25 metre building restriction area seems quite excessive in terms of the amount of land it might take up. I had envisaged that area potentially being utilised for a lot of access lanes or car parking, because you couldn't really do it for anything else, although based on the conversations I heard from Mr. Harland, his position was that was all going to be kind of well landscaped and not really utilised for that. So that kind of raised a bit of concern in my head in terms of listening to some of the recordings. Some of the outlook controls, I think, the justification at upper levels in particular, the outlook controls, they are quite wide for what is still kind of mid-rise buildings, and some of the purpose of them around getting more outlook and stuff is actually achieved by being on those higher levels anyway. So I didn't quite follow the logic in terms of some of those setbacks. So those are probably the two of the key ones. Other controls around even just the front yards and stuff, the intention around requiring landscaping and stuff, I understand it, but you can still deliver a good landscape outcome within the actual street corridor. So again, I think there's flexibility around those that you could still deliver on all the outcomes and make it easier to deliver more density.
Okay. And would the change from calculating any required density from a gross to a net basis alleviate any of those concerns? Or is it just, in your view, a more precise way of helping people figure out the target they have to hit?
It's partly the precision, because there are, as I read it, there are still a lot of unknowns in terms of the areas involved and how they were calculated, and some assumptions around MOE land or park sizes, which are up in the air. So I could foresee issues in the future in terms of how that might work, and it's just a kind of a cleaner way in terms of how you might think about development, essentially.
Okay. Last one. And you will have heard at the start of your client's presentation, I asked Mr. Brabant about this issue of affordability and diversity, if that's really what's driving some of the nuance of specified density bands for different zones. What, in your view, should we be really focusing on when we talk about diversity? Does it really matter if 90% of houses are all 2 bedrooms, but some of them are duplexes and some of them are terrace houses and some of them are apartments. If they're all 2 bedrooms, they're all 2 bedrooms. Or is it more that we should focus on promoting a variety of studio 1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and not worry about the package that it's in, or both?
When I think about this, I wouldn't look at the plan change area in isolation. So if there's a lot of 2-bed or 1-bed being delivered in the plan change area, well, that's delivering variety, because I'm pretty confident that there's a lot of 3 and 4 beds
And
elsewhere in
yeah,
Queenstown.
that's occurred to me too.
So if the market is able to deliver a lot of 1 and 2 bedrooms, great, you're getting housing variety in Queenstown. I don't think you want to isolate it to a specific plan change area.
So make it about Queenstown. So straight away, Queenstown's got a heck of a lot of big family homes and big gardens. So maybe that's not needed in this area. And so then it becomes more compact. And we've heard the average price is 1.7 mil or something at the moment. And so smaller, cheaper, compact. But again, within that, the question still applies. Is it diversity of built form, or is it diversity of household size within even that smaller range?
I don't necessarily think it's diversity of household size. I think there is some benefit and some diversity in terms of building form, and then itself drives is kind of driven by different floor plates and sizes of homes and all those types of things. So there's even between different 2-beddies, you'd have some kind of variation in floor sizes and price like that. So I think that's all good. That's what we kind of want. I don't think it's such that we need a million different typologies in there. A handful of typologies is perfectly fine within the development area, and I suspect you would get natural variation based on who's developing them. They'll have their own kind of way of building. They'll have their own material suppliers and stuff. So naturally, the market delivers some type of variety anyway.
Yeah. What I'd say for you to think about, and like you, and as you know, I'm based in Auckland, and Auckland seems to be the epicentre of all the built form horror shows that happen in this country. And despite lots and lots of different landowners and lots of different architects and lots of different clients, boy, do I see a lot of almost identical 4.5 to 5.5 metre wide 2-bedroom terrace houses that have exactly identical layouts, because the market has learnt that is the absolute balance where the maximum profit, maximum balance of market demand, maximum balance of everything is met, and diversity is reduced to the decorative colours, the garnishing, the shape of the roof. But I could probably in half an hour find over 2,000 dwellings that are functionally identical. So I just want you to reflect on, and surely you see some of the things I see in Auckland, and ask if you're really confident in your answer that we can just leave it to the different landowners to make sure we get lots of diversity.
Again, I would probably come back to I would look at the kind of Queenstown market in terms of what's already there as well. I see issues. I understand your point, but I also do see variety within those as well. That might be a reflection of my client base, but
sure. But you're aware of things other than just your clients.
Correct.
So you don't think if there was a requirement for a minimum density of, say, 40 dwellings a hectare, that developers would say the optimum profitability is, 41.5 dwellings a hectare, whatever it works out at, and that is based on X product, and 90% of the houses are effectively plus or minus 5% of that. You just don't think that's going to happen?
No, not at the scale of development and the kind of general price points that we're talking about. I don't think it will.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Wallace.
I've got no questions. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. The evidence is clear, and Mr. Munro's had a discussion with you, so thank you very much.
In that case, Ms Hoogeveen.
Ms Hoogeveen, it is.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Council. My name is Hannah Hoogeveen. I will talk fast. From a planning perspective, I'm supportive of the proposal to rezone the variation land for urban purposes. You have heard the two key points that our client is covering today, and I will reiterate some of the things they've said. Regarding the density minimum of 60 dwellings per hectare gross in the high density residential precinct, I considered in my primary evidence that an appropriate amendment to the provisions would be to apply density on a net rather than gross basis. I'm aware of the consequential effects of that on the medium density residential precinct, and an alternative would be to reduce the minimum in the high density residential precinct to 40 dwellings per hectare gross. I remain concerned that the density provisions as pursued by the Council are not the most effective or efficient methods to achieve the efficient housing delivery objectives of the zone, and will result in complex consenting and covenanting processes, particularly when coupled with prominent avoid policies in the zone and urban development chapters. One of the key issues identified with developing this land is the effect on the transport network, particularly the effect on the capacity of the Shotover Bridge and Ladies Mile. Mr. Parlane's evidence is that there is a minimum density the precinct should definitely achieve, being 40 dwellings per hectare, and that above this there's a diminishing return on modal shift. This is agreed in the joint witness statement for traffic. Therefore, 40 dwellings per hectare appears to be an appropriate density minimum based on the transportation evidence. Mr. Anderson and Ms. Carlton highlight the real risk that land may not be developed in the medium and long term in this precinct if the high minimum density threshold is retained. In my view, vacant land will not achieve the housing delivery objectives for this zone, and that the required 40 dwellings per hectare for transport may not occur if blocks of land are not developed. Mr. Wallace has set out examples of the typologies and densities of development in other similar master plan communities in New Zealand, one of which I've worked on for over 6 years in consenting. These demonstrate that within the range of 40 to 72 dwellings per hectare, the typology and diversity of housing choice the variation is seeking can be achieved. In my view, by increasing the density range in the precinct, proposed objective 49.2.2 of the variation is more effectively achieved. A wider range of permitted densities provides more typology flexibility now and in the future, without the need for complicated land covenanting and removal processes in the future. I have considered the updated density provisions provided by the Council. These include a new non-complying rule for any development that's below 40 dwellings per hectare when using an averaging density rule of 55 dwellings per hectare at least. This is an option to using a range of 50 to 72 dwellings per hectare. I consider that the averaging rule is not necessary, but I don't object to it. In my view, a more straightforward approach would be simply to retain 49.5.16.2a with an amendment to the minimum density at 40 dwellings per hectare for the reasons I've discussed. Turning to residential visitor accommodation, Ms. Carlton's evidence is that residential visitor accommodation assists with feasibility of the delivery of apartment typologies, particularly those above walk-up apartments. This is agreed in the joint witness statement for economics, bar 1. Non-complying activity rule 49.5.37 has been introduced through the rebuttal evidence to permit a portion of RVA in buildings of 4 stories or above. This rule is far more restrictive in terms of non-compliance status and permitted standards than the RVA rule in the rest of the district, where RVA is typically permitted up to 90 days and there's a consent pathway for a restricted discretionary activity beyond that. There are 10 zones in the PDP that allow this rule. Ms. Carlton has explained the risk of precluding investor purchases from the higher density market, being that investor demand creates the additional pre-sales that enable supply, and that without this, the typology will likely not be provided and the diversity in housing typology and choice will not be achieved, even in the long term. The non-complying activity status makes a resource consent for RVA where it might be needed to support feasibility and ultimately achieve the objectives of the zone by providing a greater number of dwellings and greater mix of typologies more difficult to achieve. Overall, it's my view that the provisions relating to RVA should be consistent with the 10 other residential zones in the district which have been through a Section 32 analysis, and that the provisions in general need to be enabling of development in order to achieve the housing objectives of the zone. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you. Okay, questions? Judith? No? Oani?
No.
Gillian? Ian?
Just one. Relating to the visitor accommodation, certainly understand the economics argument about helping make things more viable. But when I reflect on what I understand of the policy basis of this plan change, and Mr. Parlane also touched on it when he talked about this should be about building a community with a population that can support schools, that can support shops. We've been told that this is not just Queenstown needs the next site to build more houses on. We're being told this is quite an important part of, albeit perhaps modestly, a broader strategy of helping set and train a new way of thinking about living in the district, maybe more use of buses, higher densities, etc. Do you think that any of that community-based side of the objectives of the plan change would be imperilled by promoting substantially greater or a substantially greater proportion of the dwellings being built being purchased for non-resident use, investor-type purposes at all, or do you see no tension there?
A lot of the community that's being talked about, from my understanding, would inhabit the lower density buildings anyway. So not lower density, but the terrace typology. And the rule isn't aimed at those. That's still a non-complying activity to have RVA in those buildings.
Okay, so your view is that the primary, the principal likely users of local schools, the supermarkets, etc., the bus, wouldn't be affected?
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that. That was all.
My question was going to be very similar because the density one, we've heard all the evidence about it already. With the RVA, we're told Queenstown has a housing crisis. We've been told, especially that's for sort of workers, small new families, etc. How do you see that if we were minded to go to 100% RVA, how do you see those two fitting together, given the policies and the objectives of the variation and the Minister's expectations, which we have to have regard to?
I think that, from what I understand from Ms. Carlton, is that there's a certain percentage of investor requirement to get these buildings off the ground, and they'll get built if there's a certain amount of pre-sales. I think that if the investor market helps get them built, that doesn't preclude them in the long term being used for owner-occupiers, particularly as policies, I think they will change in Queenstown around residential visitor accommodation in the same way that they're changing in Amsterdam, Berlin, New York, Barcelona. They're all having court cases with companies like Airbnb. So I think while it didn't happen here, I don't think we can preclude that in the long term.
And as a planner in the district and have a familiarity with it, is there a high number of sort of households that are rented and then vacant?
I understand that sits at around 30%.
And given the housing crisis, etc., that we've been told, is in a planning sense, do you think 100% enabling of RVA would be efficient, effective, achieve the objectives and achieve the purpose of the Act?
I don't know the likelihood of it achieving 100, that a building at 100% would be RVA. In that case, no.
And the council's done the 25%.
Yeah.
You know, again, as a planner, do you think that's an appropriate reflection of the objectives, policies, the issue that's been addressed?
I think that's roughly in line with the 30% that's in the district anyway. So it's a realistic number. I think it's a difficult rule to implement and monitor.
And that becomes a matter for Mr Brown and the council team to consider that part of it. Thank you. No, that's all because the density's a straightforward position based off the expert evidence. So the drafting of that is understood in terms of what you're wanting. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Barban, anything, you're all done? Anything you want to touch on?
Oh, not particularly, sir. I mean, I suppose in terms of that last question, that does bring you back to a real-world scenario. The reality is, if I understood Ms Hoogerveen's answer, if we were sitting at 30% anyway, for a 5% reduction, you're creating a bureaucratic monster. So what's the purpose of doing that, particularly if that has a role in suppressing construction of buildings, restricting pre-sales in a scenario when that real-world assessment indicates that they will not be 100% RVA. And the point about that is the 100% reference is, of course, an enabling reference, not a realistic outcome reference. And other than that, the other line I particularly like presented to you, I guess, was from Mr Parlane, and whilst my client's not moving away from the need for minimums, I did think his observation was interesting, that if the market supports more than the minimum's irrelevant, and if the market doesn't support a minimum, it's also irrelevant, because you're not going to get it, you're going to get zero. Now, I'm not suggesting that means you would go so far as to ignore a minimum altogether, because there are other factors in front of you, but that's certainly one of those real-world considerations you've got to bear in mind. It's very easy to get carried away looking at plans on paper and what could be constructed, but the reality is that we need a human community to be created out of these rules. And so one doesn't want to get sucked down a wormhole of what might be, or chasing an extra 5% and in the end get nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we've got a submitted turning... Oh, no, that's... We're way ahead, so that's good. It's 3:45. Getting an hour ahead of myself. Pardon? We're not there. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Winchester.
Are we ready?
We're all go. Over to you and to your teams. So in your hands as to how you'd like to use the time and thank you for being accommodating about moving people around and potentially using slots later tomorrow, depending on how we go with questions and timing for the team.
Yes, well, thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, members of the panel, my name's James Winchester. I'm counsel for the Anna Hutchinson Family Trust. I propose really that you hear from me as little as possible, and that we move on to the evidence as quickly as possible. I have some proposals in terms of assisting the panel with efficiencies in terms of subject matter. So I can indicate that in terms of this afternoon, you will hear after me, first of all, from Mr. Milne on landscape matters. Then Mr. Osborne and Mr. Heath, and with your leave, they could potentially give evidence together. There is a relationship and crossover between their evidence. I will obviously make sure that Mr. Heath lets Mr. Osborne get a word in edgewise. And then in terms of the lay submitters, Austin and Waddington, obviously they can come in, and then I understand we're to sit till 5:30. And again, in the interest of efficiency, you heard from Mr. Bartlett yesterday as part of the Glen panel case. He's back this afternoon with regard to the extension area, but what I do propose is that Mr. Mackenzie and Mr. Bartlett give their evidence together so that you're not doubling up on questions or asking the same questions twice. They come at things from a slightly different perspective. Mr. Mackenzie, more of the strategic transport perspective, Mr. Bartlett more at the nuts and bolts. So that's what I propose. Mr. Chair, we did have a discussion in terms of how I propose to play it. I was going to make some very brief comments and overview about the legal position. You have my legal submissions. I have slightly exceeded the limit, but there's a bit to cover. The first issue, and it's obviously occupied a bit of space, is the question of scope. You'll see that the Trust has commissioned Chapman Tripp to assist on that issue. And in my submission, when the law about which there is really no dispute is properly applied to the facts, the question of scope is not so sharp and pointy after all. In fact, the question of scope, when it's not applied in a factual vacuum, indicates that the relief sought by the Trust is well and truly in contemplation, that there is no risk of unfairness in terms of third-party participants in the process. One, because the directly affected people and the key interested people were given direct notice of the submission. And secondly, in the context of this exercise, it is, in my submission, fanciful to suggest that persons with an interest in the urbanisation of the Eastern Corridor would not be looking at submissions and would not have contemplated the possibility that this land would be part of the mix. And indeed, they should have contemplated that because the council put it in the mix and then inexplicably failed to assess it. And so the problem there is that in terms of my learned friend's submissions for the council, one of the key planks was that given the scale of the extension area, it warranted a Section 32 exercise. I totally agree. The point is that that Section 32 exercise should have been undertaken by the council. And Mr. Chair, I having watched the live stream, there have been some interchanges about the motor machinist case and Justice Koch's comments about parties being left speechless. It's very important to consider on the facts what Motor Machinist was about, which was an isolated, disparate spot zone some distance from the area being rezoned. So in the context of that case and those facts, and it illustrates why facts are important, it illustrates the basis for the legal concern. And then in my submission, having cleared away the question of scope, on the merits, there's really now very little dispute that the site is appropriate to be urbanised. And that's occurred, and I won't say with the council witnesses kicking and screaming, but with some resistance they have moved some way, and appropriate concessions have now been made. And that evidence is on the record. And you have, I think, neatly encapsulated in the evidence of Mr. Heath, his view, and it is one that is shared by witnesses from a range of disciplines for the Trust. So urban designers, transportation experts, economists, planners, all saying the site is strategic, it's in the corridor, there are no constraints, and the time to integrate it is now. And you have evidence from all these disciplines which fits together very neatly. There is very little tension in the evidence for the Trust. So it is a site that is strategic. It is located close to active transport routes. It's located in very close proximity to the key employment centres of Frankton and 5 Mile. And I think Mr. Heath has said there are very few sites with such advantages in the Wakatipu Basin. So unless, that's all I want to say in opening. Unless you have any questions about my written submissions, I propose to get straight to Mr. Milne.
I do have questions in terms of scope, but conscious of the team you've got here and that you'll be here, and conscious of, from the submissions, the fact element of it too. So I suggest what I might do is ask those questions once we're through the witnesses, but before potentially the planner. And that way, I suspect there'll be more discussion as we go through about things that will relate and tie back factually to some of the scope discussion. So I think that will help the scope discussion when we have it, and mean we can actually focus it on the facts, having heard and tested and questioned the experts. There were just two things I had from what you summarised there, and others might have things as well, is you mentioned direct notice, yes, and that was in the references to one of the I'll call them the further submitters, who oppose the extension area. But I'm just interested to know, and just have it clear, and sorry, I've read so much it might be there, I've missed it, but just actually who was notified, who was given that notice?
It's at Appendix C to the legal submission, sir. So there's a list.
There we go.
And I've broken it down.
All there. Thank you. What would be quite interesting is, well, useful for me is with the residents, we're familiar with some of them because their names are the further submitters, but just location-wise, for example, and excuse my total ignorance, whether any of them are to the east of Lower Shotover Road?
Yes.
Just in those parcels there?
Yes, I think the Chapman Trip advice...
Yes, and I haven't read that yet. I've read your...
Well, sir,
but
It includes it,
perfect.
page 12,
Thank you.
a convenient diagram.
Wonderful.
The,
Thank you.
the main submitters to the east of Lower Shotover Road are Grant and Sharon Stalker, who, of course, opposed the addition of a triangle of their land, which was originally intended for roading purposes. And you will hear from Mr. Murray about that particular piece of land as to whether it's still within the package of relief. But there were significant discussions with the Stalkers and their lawyers in advance. And in terms of other landowners to the east and further east in particular, you will have appreciated there's some commonality of team members with regard to Flint's Park and Glen Panel. So there was certainly significant discussions with Mr. Tilden. He was well aware of what was proposed by my clients.
And just to confirm that the Trails Trust isn't a heritage, is the Trails Trust a heritage one, or the Trail Trust for the walking cycle trail?
It is the entity that manages the walking and cycle trails, sir. So I believe it is affiliated with the council in some way, and in terms of its interest in the trails, I think they are mostly established via easements rather than direct ownership. But I can't be sure of that factual position. The point was that the trails do link up with, of course, the old Shotover Bridge.
And the one other point, which I was keen to discuss, I just now need to find it, was the... Sorry, I'll just... Council must fail to assess it. It's gone straight out of my mind, but it will come back to me. When it comes back to me, I'll ask you it.
That's fine, sir. I'm happy with what you propose in terms of coming back to me.
That's what it was. Sorry. As soon as you mentioned the witnesses, it made me think. In your submission, you've got the plan and the map, and it's a paragraph. It's in colour. Just figure 1.
Yes.
The bit that interests me with this figure, and it caused me, which actually Mr. Munro had done earlier in a different location with Queenstown...
Country.
Yes, Queenstown Country Club, is it's got a different line to the red bit. I'll use actually a proper term. I can't see the legend. But to the west, the structure plan seems to follow the cemetery line there. But when you look at the, and I don't have it open in front of me, but when you look at the actual structure plan line in the provisions, it avoids the cemetery. It comes in on the angle.
Yeah.
There's probably not much you can add to that beyond...
You're correct, is what I can say. I can't explain it. It is, I guess, one of the discrepancies and issues with the way the master plan area, structure plan and urban growth boundary have, shall I say, bulged in and out over time in a way that is at times, as I've said in my submissions, seems to be not in a particularly principled manner. It's not for me to answer the question, sir.
No, I was just interested in just picking up, because it was only when I saw it, the red on the green popped out to me, and it just was when I realised that there's seems to be different lines on different plans.
Yeah.
For that part.
That's right.
Thank you.
We could address that now.
Oh, yes.
If you look on the key of the diagram you're talking
about, if you can zoom in. It's talking about the urban growth boundary. And that is reflected
Not
in
the structure
zoning-
plan. Thank you.
zoning, map, which is different to the structure plan extent. So you're right, it is a different line, but it's shown
Yep,
on one on the
UGB.
zoning plan, one on the structure plan.
Thank you. And I'm trying to start using the computer, and what I just realised is I can zoom in, so I didn't need to be squinting at it at all. So I've learnt two things in that conversation, so thank you, Ms Woods. So now, unless the panel has any yes, we do, questions, then we'll finish those, but we'll park the discussion about the joys of scope and the legal elements to tomorrow. So, Judith.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr Winchester. I have a couple of quick questions around consultation and who else might have been approached. If I can take to the this picture that was provided to us, I think, yesterday, and it was part of the joint pack from Mr Weir for Anna Hutchinson Family Trust and Glen Panel.
Yep.
Do you have that?
It is here somewhere. And not produced.
So I know the feeling.
This is why paper can sometimes work quicker.
Got it.
Yeah, okay.
Old school paper. It's good.
So, towards the western end of the originally notified variation, we've got the Stalker Road, State Highway 6 intersection. And then running north from that, the proposed roading layout under the extension area and the originally notified roading layout's quite different. Through your consultation with particular parties, have you spoken to the landowners affected by that change to the roading?
I can't answer that question in terms of consultation, but what has happened is that has been developed through an iterative process as part of expert witness conferencing involving a range of parties and their transportation experts.
Okay, so they're not any of these parties in your Appendix C?
I think Mr Murray would have a better idea of the land ownership matrix there, and I'd be guessing.
Okay, thank you.
No? Gillian, anything? Excluding the joys of scope, but anything otherwise?
Do you have anyone on your team who's speaking to stormwater?
Yes, that was Mr Ladbrook yesterday, who gave evidence for both Glen Panel and the Trust.
Okay. Thank you.
Ian, anything?
Just not a question I'd like you to answer now. Just have a think about, and tomorrow just come back to me on. In your paragraph 49, where you work through the NPSUD and the rapid transit service, and you go through the various elements of it, very helpfully, I'd say. What I'm interested in is, before you jump to your point E, which starts deviating from a regional land transport plan, which is the relevant document that the NPSUD refers to.
Yep.
I'm interested, and you might need to do a little bit more digging, hence it's not a question now. The definition that you quote in Clause A is a frequent, quick, reliable and high-capacity public transport service. And I'm not sure bus lanes alone is a service. And I don't know whether service has to include the necessary facility, infrastructure, and the vehicles. And if we've got a situation where the bus lanes are in, but there's nothing currently there for any vehicles on it, does that constitute a service? That's one aspect, have a think about. And you might already have a view, but I just don't want to deal with it now. I want to jump to the witnesses. But the second limb of that for you to think about as well is in a real world sense. How credible is it? And there's a rapid transit stop as an RTS, which is different to a rapid transit service, which is an RTS. Is it credible to have a rapid transit service that only has one stop? Do we need at least 2 stops? And if this is one, what is the second one, for the sake of being able to say, you understand the question, not to be cute.
I do.
There might be a stop, but it might not have a service. But that's all. Just have a think about that and maybe just flesh that out tomorrow.
Thank you. I was hoping to avoid homework, but that's fine. Oh, well, I'd like to think that the lawyers are special, but you've just blown that up, sir. So,
well, you're in a group of probably 2 people in this room, maybe 4 that think that.
Yep, no problem. Well, with that, I'm happy to call Mr. Milne.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. So you've heard from Mr. Milne yesterday. He has a summary of evidence which I believe is with you, was filed yesterday. So I'm happy to hand over to Mr. Milne. What I have suggested to each of the witnesses is that they needn't read their summary unless they strongly desire, or unless you want to be reoriented. And I'm happy for them to go straight to questions. But I'm in your hands.
Thank you.
Can I just make a request, please? Some of us at the centre of the table are competing with air conditioning, and I'm also competing with someone who types really loud. So, can you please humour me and use your bigger inside voice rather than your little inside voice when speaking, please?
Indeed. Is that loud enough? Is that fine? Is that fine? Pretty good? Yes, indeed. Thank you. Good afternoon and nice to see you again today. Happy to take questions.
I was just thinking, sorry, whether, just because it's being live streamed, whether it might just be worth paragraph 6 onwards, just quickly reading, and that just gives an update for people on the live stream, and then we can crack into it.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Probably on that then, turn the mic on.
I think it is on.
It's just not lit. Some light up and some don't. Yep.
It is on.
Cool.
Yep, good as gold. Okay, I'll start at 6, and maybe just not the first sentence of 6, which just states I've done some reading.
Thank you.
And I'll start then from the probably from the second sentence. I note that Mr. Brown and Mr. Dunn, in response to panel questions from a planning and urban design perspective respectively, consider the extension of the TPLM onto the extension area as feasible, albeit not as part of this current process, nor exactly as per the Saddleback structure plan. I'll leave it to the others to talk in detail about timing and process. However, I think if the extension area is to be included, then doing so now will allow better integration than what might be achieved later. From a landscape and visual amenity perspective, there remain 2 main areas of dispute between Mr. Skelton and myself. First is the extent of the landscape effects resulting from the intensification of urban development on the extension area. And secondly is the effectiveness of the proposed variation defendable edge to urban development. In terms of landscape and visual effects, the issue is the potential effects of the extension area on landscape values as experienced in views from both public places and private residents. Essentially, will the visual amenity of the landscape as experienced in these views be adversely affected? And I think that's the question to be answered. Bearing in mind, change in a view does not necessarily result in an adverse effect. In my opinion, the legibility and expressiveness of the Shotover River, Slope Hill, and the wider mountains, i.e. the key values on the ONFs and ONLs associated with the broader landscape, would remain intact. In reference to Mr. Skelton's wireframe imagery attached to his summary of evidence, while I do find these somewhat crude, the imagery on pages 23 and 24 do demonstrate that Mr. Skelton's previous position of not being able to see any of the TPLM variation from this view is incorrect. Regarding a defendable edge and containment from a landscape and visual perspective, in my opinion, the extension area presents a logical and rational extension to the variation zone. The variation currently terminates at Lower Shotover Road, a convenient but not physically defendable edge. The extension area presents an opportunity for the variation to extend to the Shotover River, to the west, which is plainly defendable, to the south, contained by State Highway 6 cutting, again no issue there, and to the north by a gully that bisects the Shotover River terraces. I do acknowledge there are further gullies and terraces to the north. That is the landscape. And just like there are additional spurs on this western end of Slope Hill. These features would, however, provide a more legible, better defined and logical set of constraints to the edge of the zone. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Judith?
No, I think I'm happy.
Happy? Cool. Oani?
No questions.
Thank you.
Ian?
Yeah, hi again. Two related questions that I'll just put to you in sequence. As a result of the questions we've asked the Council's team, we have had it put to us that, without putting words in anyone's mouths, but to paraphrase, there may be greater merit in the upper terrace than perhaps the lower terrace. And so one scenario is, what if only the upper terrace were supported, but not the lower terrace, in terms of any difference it would make to your appraisal of landscape effects or appropriateness? And the second limb is whether it's the upper or both, if the density was lower than a more medium density type, if it was more equivalent to what one can see on the other side of the river at Quail Rise. So one scenario is reducing to only the upper terrace, and the second scenario is one or both terraces but at a lower density. Would either of those materially change your assessment of landscape or visual effects or appropriateness, or is it your view that, look, hey, if once it's urban, and from where it's seen, it's going to kind of be about the same?
Yes, to the latter,
It
quite
is?
simply.
Okay.
I don't think it would materially change my opinion. I am comfortable with development to those densities, both upper and lower, and the resulting very low effects on landscape and visual. Certainly, if it wasn't on the lower terrace, it removes development further away from the Shotover River. However, one must also remember Quail Rise at its closest point, I think, is about 65 to 70 metres from the Shotover. The lower terrace is about 144.
In my own head, when I was thinking through what we were discussing with other witnesses, it did strike me that one characteristic of a lower density development, and that was opposed by some of Council's witnesses because it was not efficiently using the land, was the likelihood of more green space, more landscaping, more vegetation in front of, around, between buildings that might have a softening effect. But your answer just now was it wouldn't make a sufficient difference to justify going to a lower density than a slightly higher density. Is that
Yeah, I just don't think it's required. I think when you look at the site, the sensitivity is around the escarpments, the faces of the escarpments and the edge of the escarpment. And I think those sensitivities are dealt with by no development on the escarpments and also a setback from the top. Density beyond that, I don't think materially affects landscape and visual.
Okay, so I really appreciate you clarifying that. Thank you.
And just sticking with that, with the visuals you gave us yesterday, wait, I'm going to have the same page number things that issues I had yesterday. Sorry. Let's get up. There was a discussion about keeping the trees from, so sorry, I'm at page 4. There's those pine trees or whatever they might be, showing complete ignorance. There's trees that look to me like pine trees.
Conifers, we'll call them conifers,
Conifers.
pines and macrocarpus.
From your perspective, whether they're there or not, from what I took to your answers just then, is immaterial.
No, in my evidence, I have suggested that I believe existing vegetation is important on site. I've also suggested I believe that some of that vegetation can be retained and then selectively removed once proposed vegetation grows to a height. So I think it's important that some of that vegetation remains to settle development in initially.
And so it would be used and regressively pulled back over time.
That would be my recommendation, yes.
And we've heard from I'll call them again, the further submitters who live below. Yes. They've talking first about their sort of the overlooking type element. The setbacks you propose from the edge, etc., are they just for escarpment protection, or are they also designed for, you've mentioned the escarpment, but are they also designed to mitigate such effects?
Yes, they would have a dual role, albeit I think the current position with the zoning plan and the structure plan is that precinct zoning still applies to some of the lower terrace, and the majority of that sits behind the submitters sections.
And then just back with 4, sorry, picture 4 for the benefit of people listening. This was an important viewpoint as well for Mr. Skelton, and he gave us his view on there's the shot over ONF or
ONF.
ONF,
yes.
And then there's the Slope Hill ONF.
Yes.
And then there's a strip in between. And you've just been very clear with Mr. Munro that you're comfortable from a capacity point of view. He has some differing views, but especially from this location, where he sees it as, and I'm putting words into his mouth, but what I took from what he said, and you can listen again to it if needs be, was in effect this is a view that takes the viewer across a river and up the slope hill and has specific value in his mind from a landscape perspective. Just looking at this view, and I accept what you've just said with Mr. Munro, could you just step through why, in your opinion, this is, I know your evidence touches on it, but I just want to be very clear as to why development here between 2 ONFs is, in your view, appropriate? For sure.
I think first it's important to understand the characteristics of those and the values of those ONFs. So that is.
We'll come to those shortly. So that's good.
Okay, that is the starting point, and then it's a starting point for an assessment, and then it is will development in the foreground or midground to those views, and I think one also has to understand the time of view as well and the sensitivity of the viewer. So you're travelling this road at speed, albeit not huge speed, and there were many people travelling this road and viewing things for very different reasons and appreciating the landscape for very, very different reasons. So it's the next thing we need to consider is the time of view and sensitivity of the viewer. And then are those new elements or those elements being added into the landscape, will they in any way detract from the amenity of the overall view? And in my view, to use that word again, I don't believe they do, because the form of Slope Hill is still seen very clearly in the background. Prior to buildings being, or potentially being in the foreground, we would see terraces. We still see trees that mask, say, the toe of Slope Hill. So we're still seeing the top of Slope Hill that is revealed in this view. We're seeing the mountain ranges in the background. We're seeing Morven Hill still. and we still see the river. And when we think about the river, and if you look at the landscape schedules for the Shotover ONF and some of the qualities of that, and they talk about the watercolour, the braidedness the dynamic channels, buildings don't change your view or your appreciation of the view of the river as well. So I think that has answered your question.
And in terms of the corridor element of it, this is obviously one view from the corridor.
Yes.
But just your opinion as to the sort of corridor generally here, if the Ladies Mile variation goes ahead, where this would sort of fit within the context of the viewer travelling along State Highway 6?
I think it fits within that wider context, i.e. we're not seeing a new built element in isolation on the extension area. What we're seeing is built form on the extension area that reads in conjunction with the potential development or proposed development on the Ladies Mile.
And you mentioned, I think in response to a question from Mr Munro, Quail Rise.
Yes.
Well, just one thing there, and then we'll come back. I'm bouncing around. But with Quail Rise, obviously it's there and it's existing.
Yes.
And it's all on one side of the Shotover. So is there a differentiation with, yes, Quail Rise is there, but does that necessarily mean, in your opinion, that the other side of the river therefore is opened up more for development? Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying in answer to Mr Munro, but...
Yeah, no, I mean, Quail Rise was developed in the early 90s, before Lake Hayes and Shotover country as well. So I suppose that was the residential pushing to the edge of the river, and now it's gone beyond the river. I don't think, because Quail Rise is there, it's a reason for developing on the other side. I think development on the other side balances it. And the point I was making in my answer to Mr Munro was that Quail Rise actually pushes quite close to the river. And that has come up in other evidence and how the lower terrace is closer. I don't believe it is.
Yes, but just because Quail Rise might push closer, does that mean that on the other side it should push closer too? Or did I misunderstand?
No,
you were saying?
I'm saying that the lower terrace on the expansion or the Hutchinson land is actually set further back than the closest point on Quail Rise.
And in that case too, then really the river isn't a defendable boundary?
Well, I suppose when you look at the Queenstown district, and you look at Arthur's Point, and you look at Shotover country and Lake Hayes Estate, one would say the Shotover isn't or hasn't been a defendable boundary to development going beyond that. In this case, I'm using it as a defendable boundary because we can't jump it because Quail Rise is on the other side, so it's proving a defendable boundary as compared to lower Shotover Road that cuts across an upper terrace, which is deadpan, it was pretty flat across it. So in this case here, if one is extending development, why stop at lower Shotover Road? It's a road going through a terrace. We've then got terraces and a river, and I think that makes a lot more sense from a landscape point of view.
And with the defendable boundary, and you might have listened, asked some questions of the council experts, how you actually defend them. Obviously, from the council's point of view, I'll use this colloquially, you've sort of jumped what they see as being the boundary and you've pushed it out to a gully system.
Yes.
That terrace, it's probably in one of these visuals, but that terrace obviously extends to the north and cuts in and out at times.
Yeah.
How confident are you the Wakatipu zoning continues up there? How confident are you as to the defendability of that boundary, or does this then just keep, well, this extension area has gone ahead, let's carry on up that terrace?
Yeah. You know, I certainly don't think it's a let's carry on up this terrace scenario. I also acknowledge that there is a gully there. The gully's not as defendable as, say, the Shotover River. Just like the spur that has been used, there's also a northwestern spur on Slope Hill at the end of Slope Hill, which is, you could argue, is very similar to the northeastern one. So why wouldn't that be used? There are gullies further beyond the one that I've suggested, but when you look at the terraces, they do tend to come in narrow adjacent to this first gully.
That was going to be my next question.
For sure.
Yes.
And then they get quite narrow as they go beyond that. So then it then becomes, well, can that actually be developed in any meaningful way on those terraces in terms of, you know, the expansion area? And also, when you look at the lower Shotover landscape character unit description, those middle terraces are described as more sensitive than the lower part of that landscape character unit.
By lower, you mean downstream?
Yes, I mean, the area that the expansion area site sits on, yes.
And so that was another question I had, was your capacity and the arguments you've argued for this terrace.
Yeah.
Could you just argue them carrying on up north?
No,
and then you jump that little sort of where the terrace is narrow, but then it broadens out again.
Yeah, I don't think it broadens sufficiently. The Hutchison land, the expansion area site, when you look at it, it's a decent foot on the end of the leg that then follows, albeit it's a slightly bent leg as it follows the shot over. You come to the ankle, you probably get a wee bit of a calf, and then you come to the kneecap, to use a leg analogy, if all that makes sense. So when you look at the terraces, this certainly provides the largest expanse of land adjacent to the Shotover in this area.
And the terraces obviously extend to the other side of State Highway 6.
Yes.
As I understand it, there's different landscape boundaries there. But to the south side, there's been discussions about density, and the proposal in the zoning's low density to the south. Mr. Munro actually asked you a question about density, which was on my mind as well. Is there, and you were very clear with Mr. Munro, no, not no low density, but is there some element of what's on the south, from your opinion from a landscape point of view, to be replicated to the north, providing that sort of consistency, if we were minded to go there? And just for the viewers' benefit, this is all predicated on the if about the scope, etc.
Yeah, if you looked at an aerial, or even just looked at the photo on the cover of those graphics, the lower terrace on the expansion area site continues across the highway and actually forms the terrace that Cocoa Ridge sits on. So that's sort of running through there. I come back to the answer I gave to Mr. Munro, and I believe it's all to do with treatment of escarpment and setback. One would get softening within streetscape, more meaningful softening within streetscape than they would in a lower to medium density difference, I believe.
And then just sticking with that plan, because it shows it to a degree, there's the Shotover Bridge and the Ferry Hotel, which have heritage elements, and you may have listened to the council's heritage expert, but, or maybe not.
I have read his evidence.
You've read, yep.
Yes.
So there were concerns raised from a heritage perspective. Obviously, that's part of the landscape as well as a factor, associative factor. And you've got viewpoints from the bridge. I won't flick to them or I'll get lost. From a landscape heritage point of view, are you concerned that the density proposed, especially on the lower terrace coming into a potential sort of more heritage area, is fitting both the elements together, keeping in mind the shot over ONF there and that heritage sort of element as well?
Yeah, yes, I believe it is fitting. I believe the updated zone plan that has the precinct zoning remaining on half, or essentially half, that lower terrace certainly gives more room around the Ferry Hotel and also the bridge itself. And also both of those elements, when you're in them and adjacent to them, you're quite, quite secluded and contained too. Yes, you get wider views, but you're immersed within that immediate setting too.
And at one stage, just on that picture, there's different, you go from the medium density down to the Wakatipu.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is a sort of defendable boundary one. If you were to do the medium density there, might you ever build the Wakatipu, or just come back later on and, oh, the boundary's crept along, or...
Look, I'm...
And
50 years,
Mr. Milne and the capacities there in the landscape?
Look, I wrote my evidence when that lower terrace, or some of that lower terrace, was lower density,
yes.
And I supported lower density.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes. But, okay, it's not proposed now, so is what it is. But thank you. Now, I'll just check they were all my questions. Oh no. I think Judith said she hopes so.
No, I said I have a couple.
Oh,
Not
you've
I
got a
hope so.
couple. Sorry, just with these new plans, I'm just wanting to make sure that I tick all the
That's good as gold.
boxes that I had. Thank you, Mr. Milne. That's everything from me, but back to Judith.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to try and get a few things around this defensible boundary sorted in my head. We've had some discussions with quite a few people around what it might mean, and there's, I guess, an argument that just the zoning itself, that says it's large lot resi, is the boundary, but given there's been quite a lot of focus around the landscape form and what that means in terms of this defensible boundary, I understand you're looking at the gully at
Yes.
the north of the extension area and saying that's a boundary, and you've just been discussing with my colleague whose name's suddenly
David.
gone,
Just say that.
David, completely out of my head. Mr. Allen, that was the one.
I called Gillian Judith about
Yeah,
3
it's
times
fair.
yesterday, so that's fine.
So you were talking about the terraces narrowing down. Is that in the region sort of opposite Tucker Beach Road?
Yes, that is right.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what I'm struggling with is that I'm looking at Google Earth,
Yeah.
and I can see houses, or a house at least, on those narrow terraces.
Yes.
So understanding that that is the Wakatipu Basin rural resi zone, but clearly they're wide enough to build on. So if you can actually develop on that land, other than the zoning, in terms of a physical defendable boundary, what is there to stop urban creep into that area?
That's a really good question. And from a, I suppose, from a landscape, well, that's a question that could also be answered by urban design and economists in terms of amount of road to buildings,
But
etc.
I'm asking from a landscape.
So from a landscape point of view, it is currently zoned precinct, and these terraces are of a size where you get a precinct sized lot along those terraces relatively comfortably, which is 1 hectare on average 6,000 metres minimum. So yes, this is zoned for that development.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, if we were minded to accept the extension area, you've been talking about the gully being a physical defensible boundary that would stop further intensification to the north. What I'm asking is, given there's evidence that you can build on these terraces, is that narrowing of the terrace a defendable boundary enough to stop that intense urban creep, if you like?
I think the gullies, or the gully in association with the narrowing of the terraces, is defensible enough to stop the intensification that one would see to the east of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from Mr. Milne coming out of that? No? Thank you very much, Mr. Milne.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, just one thing, Mr. Winchester, I'll just quickly check if Ms. Austin and Mr. Weddingham. It's just potentially if they're here, this could be a good time to have their submission.
Certainly.
If that is okay.
Entirely flexible to
Thank you. And then we can come back to the joy of the day, which will be two economists.
not just any economists.
It was Mr. Thing.
I've been looking at Gillian and called her Judith, so.
Susan.
Pardon? You should know by now that I never.
Never finish on time.
Perfect. What have I done? Hello, welcome.
Good afternoon. So I need to be somewhere here, right? Sorry, I didn't print the whole one. Yeah.
Lovely, thank you.
That okay like that?
Good.
Now, good afternoon. Thank you for coming on earlier.
Thank you, Alan, for having me.
And thank you for your submission, which
Thank
we've
you.
read, and you've got a handout. So we're in your hands. So please, there's slides as well. So over to you for your presentation. Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll do my best, and hopefully you can hear me properly. First, thank you for giving me the opportunity of hearing me today. And I would like to start by acknowledging the work and efforts done by all our council and experts involved in order to make the best decision. Quickly, I've been a local resident for the last 18 years, including 13 years at Lake Estate. I've got 2 children at primary and 1 at high school, and I'm quite involved in some community groups. Since lodging my submission that you read about 6 months ago, I think now, I've tried to read documents in order to make an informed decision, so my views may have slightly changed. I apologize in advance if the wording is, and terms that I employ is probably not as detailed and precise than some other submitters. Definitely not a PowerPoint wizard, and in fact, I think that's the first time I'm talking like that with a PowerPoint presentation. And I may have missed answers and argument that's been presented lately because I didn't have the time. I've done that on my spare time, so couldn't read everything. Last, I would like to have a quick note to acknowledge the few individual submitters who pursued their application until the hearing, because it's been quite a commitment of time and energy to get that far. So I really hope that our opinion will have as much impact as professional representatives. So anyway, let's start with the 3 key points that I've based all my thought process on. And the first one, as you can see, is the triangle of the vision and aspiration and principle of the master plan has been elaborated in 2020. And you can see on top it says grow well, and then under well-being, resilience, and sustainability. The second one is
Right. I won't read that, but that's the purpose of our Resource Management Act from 1991. I know you all know it. Number 3, that is the New Zealand Waste Strategy Vision 2050. So I'm going to read that one. By 2050, Aotearoa New Zealand is a low-emissions, low-waste society built upon a circular economy. We cherish our inseparable connection with the natural environment and look after the planet's finite resources with care and responsibility. So following those 3 principles, I would like to structure my hearing into 2 separate areas of focus. The first one is outside the TPLM perimeter. And I understand the hearing is focusing on detailed expert and lay evidences about the actual variation, but the TPLM is not in isolation, and so my primary concern regarding the plan being approved is that the larger Queenstown area doesn't have the infrastructure yet in place to promote grow well. So obviously the first one is about traffic congestion, active transport and motor shift. The point of the focus has been around obviously the west and eastbound of the Shotover Bridge, but the traffic congestion is widely spread, especially at peak time, and that creates a ripple effect. I have a concrete example. I won't say it now. I can leave that for after if I have time. Of my husband works in winter. He works in tourism, and how they had to change things because of that. I would like myself to focus on the active transport and the business case that had been presented in 2019 to link the east to west side of Shotover River. So I put that to that map. Hopefully you can see clearly there's 3 key routes that has been worked on. The first one is the C7, it's a blue, and that goes through Shotover Country, Lake S Estate. It was kind of to improve the links. For the moment, QLDC, well, from the QLDC website doesn't have the funding. For me, it's not a primary concern, but I thought I would mention that. The route A2, which is the major access safely to Frankton via the Old Shotover Bridge, for me is way more important. The work should have been completed apparently in 2021, according to the business case. Obviously, it's changed, but apparently should be undertaken in the first half of next year. So I assume 2024 for my information, but obviously it hasn't started. The third route is the route A8, which is in blue, and that's linking Lower Lake S Estate to the back of Frankton by the right bank of the Cara River. Hopefully you can all see. So that one was meant to, and I'm citing, provide a connection for people commuting from Lake S Estate into Frankton for work and school. And this work is expected to be complete by March 2023. I don't think it has been started yet, and I'm not sure where the process is right now. So that's for the active transport, sorry. Now, sorry about that organic waste. I'm not sure what happened on that one. But anyway, waste management, recycling, and organic waste. It's probably common knowledge now that 50 or half of our waste are home compostable. So I'm referring to a 2018 QLDC waste minimization and management plan that QLDC had adopted a program to focus on glass and organics, which is amazing. But so far, the latest reports says they are still planning for recycling, first for the upgrade of the recycling facilities in Glendale Drive currently, but also for a new organic waste center. So it's definitely not done yet. And I'm referring to the annual report from last year, 2022-2023, on how QLDC performed, and I'm citing, this did not achieve the target of 3,667 tons per month. This is largely attributable to high visitor numbers and continued growth of the district. Until there is a step change in service and organics are diverted from landfill, this target will be challenging to achieve. So I guess from that, my concern that, as I mentioned, key infrastructure in Queenstown are not already in place or being completed in the near future to ensure Queenstown grows well in a sustainable manner. And I put as well a little saying from the 2018 report, sustaining tourism growth in Queenstown and the potential negative effect on tourism. So now let's focus on the Pūtahi Ladies Mile variation. And I would like to mention the provisional support that have changed, because I think it's always good to actually acknowledge what we support. So the first one is the upgrade, the State Highway 6 Stoker Road and Howard Drive intersection upgrades with managed traffic lights and reduction speed to 60 km per hour. And I'm referring to, sorry, by the way, all my references, I should have started with that, but I've got all the references at the back of the digital format that you have received. Mr. Shield rebuttal evidence says, I'm citing, all experts, including myself, agree that signalization of these intersections will contribute to overall TPLM variation transport outcomes. And both of these intersection improvement will increase the traffic, probably, that's all right, sorry, I leave it. To go a bit faster. The second point I'm supporting is the increase of the supermarket flow area up to 4,000 meters square, and I think that was good to see that, because residents needs to be to find competitive pricing within the commercial precinct to decrease utility trips to Frankton. So that's the two things. Now the amended provisions, I'm opposing today. The first one is the reduction of the 75 meter setback adjacent to the Queenstown Country Club land on the south side of State Highway 6. And I'm referring to Mr. Brown in his rebuttal evidence that approved the building restriction area setback from 75 to 25, as requested by Mr. Farrell on behalf of QCC. And this is despite Mrs. Palmer in her rebuttal evidence highlighting the importance of this open foraging space for black-fronted terns that are threatened nationally endangered bird, black-billed gulls, and South Island pied oyster catchers, both at risk and declining. And as a matter of fact, I actually passed that area this afternoon, midday, and not myself, my daughter spotted 10 to 15 South Island pied oyster catchers over there eating and foraging. So both as well, Mr. Farrell and Mr. Brown had an argument about the putting more villas close by would reduce spontaneously the driver's speed and then preventing bird roll kills. But I don't think that's a fair argument, because all experts agree that if the development goes ahead, the speed will have a speed reduction to 60 km per hour anyway. So I'm asking the panel to review that provision and to keep the 75 meter setback as per original, referring to Mrs. Palmer evidence, and the number 3 TPLM principle of the triangle, I'm citing support of healthy environment and ecology. Next, I don't have a strong opinion on that one, but that's a concern I would like to raise, is the maximum parking requirement and the new residential visitor accommodation in high-density residential. My concern is Queenstown is a semi-rural environment, and most people have at least one car, especially families. And so if we don't have enough parking space for residents, that may generate wild parking. And even if there's a shift on the day-to-day active transport and using public transport, people still need to park their cars somewhere, because they will use that for the weekends, going skiing, hiking to the lake. On top of that, adding now that 90-day residential visitor accommodation change instead of the 4-week option presented by Mr. Brown, I believe that will likely attract tourists with private vehicles and then putting extra load on the parking space. So I would like to either have the parking ratio to be reviewed to suit the amended provision, or to keep the RVA down to 4 weeks. Now, the last, the provisions I would like to add, and there are 3 of them. The first one is about, I'm not an expert, so I haven't rephrased the variations as a new version. I leave that for the professionals to do. The first one is the provision for easy access to power outlets in parking areas. I haven't read anything, so you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I didn't see anything about provisions to enable medium to high density residents to easily access power. So for me, that's an important service to provide, considering the growth in electric transport. So that may need to be reassessed. The second one, and I put it on the 2A, 2B, that's a major concern for me as well, is the provisions to have more certainty regarding the staging of delivery of infrastructure and development, and the provisions to enhance the development of the education facilities and commercial precinct before the residential precinct. I won't elaborate, but I'm highlighting Mr. Smith for Waka-Kotahi summary and conclusion, because that's really summarized my opinion on that issue. And the last one is a community garden for high-density residents. All the land is on class 2, and we want to be sustainable, we want to be resilient, as the point 49.22 stipulates. And so I would like to add an addition for provision to include an open space dedicated for community garden. So high-density zone residents have the ability to grow their own food. I think nowadays as well is an important matter. And that's obviously the class 2 map that I have found. So my final conclusion is that the vision, I support the vision of the Pūtahi Ladies Mile Master Plan, and I can see the benefits it could bring to our community. However, I have major concerns that its success relies on specific staging phases involving multiple stakeholders, and that it could easily fall through. And obviously, we'll have to have a few extra provisions being added. That's it. Thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Austin. Now, we will no doubt have some questions for you, but also, and it might be I just haven't found it, but do we have a copy? No. Oh, it's in there now. Cool. So I was just going to ask if we could have a copy of that.
Oh, yes.
So we've got easy access to it. But I'll just see if there are any questions for you. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Austin. Thank you very much. You've clearly worked extremely hard to put together your submission and keep on top of all the changes, so absolutely commend you for that. My questions are around the comments you were making about Grow Well, and you were focusing on the active travel routes that unfortunately haven't yet been delivered. In terms of Grow Well and sustainable transport, do you think that it is just the active travel, or are buses an important part of that?
Oh no, bus is clearly important. And I'm actually very pleased to see more and more people using the bus. I was about taking it myself today. Usually I take it to go to town now. It's much easier, but I had a sport friend coming with me as well, so today we drove. But I've seen more people using the bus, definitely, and that's great. And that's a great improvement in compared to when I moved in, yeah. I was just focusing on that because it hasn't been addressed, and I haven't read anything, and I could see that Active Link was talked about in the provisions, but that wasn't linked to anything that was already in place. And trying to cross from Jim's Way, so go towards Frankton amenities, right now it's a big thing. So that project of having a overpass or something to cross safely is a major.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So the other question I had was, I'm assuming you have not been watching the live stream, that you have far better things to do with your life.
I tried the first day and it didn't work, but then I didn't have time, sorry.
Good. So we've been having conversations with Mr. Smith and Mr. Shields in particular around what public transport infrastructure could potentially need to be in place to support Ladies Mile if we approve it. And at the moment, where they've landed is they agree that there needs to be a bus lane towards town on the Lake Hayes Shotover Country side of the bridge, and bus lanes in both directions on the west side of the bridge before you get to the BP roundabout at State Highway 6A. Does that change your view at all, or is that something that you support, seeing those in place before you start seeing new households in Ladies Mile?
Yeah, that's something I support. Only changes towards being having bus more accessible and faster is definitely a big improvement. I read in some talking about it every 10 minutes. I don't think we need to go down to 10 minutes, but even half an hour all day will be a huge improvement to what it is now. Now, considering that as well, there's something that I haven't talked about, but you're talking about public transport. I'm living in Lake Hayes Estate. I'm fairly close to a bus stop, but I'm thinking of people living at the lower Shotover that don't need to walk at least 10 to 15 minutes to go to the bus stop. And maybe there was a thought, well, it wasn't in the provision, but in the past we mentioned about a small bus doing all the Shotover Country, Lake Hayes Estate to another point, and then changing bus. But I think the whole idea right now, which is great, is having one seat all the way to the end.
Yes.
But I'm wondering about how easy it is to access bus transport for those people living on the lower Shotover far end of it.
I understand where you're coming from, and I guess that is something for maybe council to think about. But within what we can influence, we can't really go there because it's outside of the variation. But you have an audience in Mr. Brown, and I'm sure he'll take that back to the relevant people. But thank you for your time today. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kawani?
Thanks. We have had an opportunity to listen to various experts and look at models and consider assumptions from data and those sort of things. But I think from my perspective, this is probably the first opportunity we've had to ground truth someone who's living in the area. So my following questions may sound personal. It's more to get an understanding of a real world perspective of someone living in the area that we're considering. And you did say you're a family and you've got children. How do they currently get to school?
They bus to the high school.
They do?
And my son is biking most of the time. He's going to Shotover Primary School. And I'm very trying to push on bike or walk. So now, considering that, definitely there's after-school activity, especially the high school, especially with cricket gear, it's really hard to take the bus. So there are some activities that is really hard you need to drive, like we need to either pick up or things like that. Is that your question?
It is my first of a couple of questions in this line. A high school student of an age to hold a driver's license or not?
No, not yet. Year 9, so not yet.
But
a few more years.
Would it be your expectation as soon as they can that would be a pathway you'll be going down to ensure they got their license or not?
To take their own car, you mean? Like if they...
Well, that would be the following question. Usually once they get a license, the thing that comes after having 3 children is the car. I think we'll have a strong conversation with her about that. And I will highly encourage her to take the bus. Okay.
And I think she's very good. I mean, she will be pretty understanding of that. She's we're into, I think you do some trapping as well. Are you predator-free Dunedin, I think? Yeah. So, yeah, I think we quite considerate of the options we've got and always balance out what we can do. And when sometimes we have to take our own car. Yeah, but we have definitely 2 cars in our family.
That saves my next question.
Okay, so we've got 2 cars.
So now if we're to consider that the development is so fantastic across SH6, you want to purchase over there, but you can only have 1.5 cars.
Yeah.
I want to get a better understanding of what wild parking looks like as an activity.
I mentioned that because so yesterday I drove on Coventry Street, I think it's called, or something like that, on, Shover Street. And I think there's more and more people, obviously there's 3-4 bedroom houses, but there's more people needed to have roommates who will have a car, not necessarily taking the car every day for work, but we need still to park. And so definitely, since I've been there's more, you kind of need to drive a little bit more like that because there's more car parking on the sideline, unlike as estate and in Shorever country. I even have a friend coming from South Gore who came to me and said, whoa, that's a bit of a veering thing you have to go to come to your house. I said, oh, that's not you. So he has, and that wasn't me, just commenting on that. So I think that's a fact that I don't know if we can consider like more underground car park. I don't know. I'm not sure. Even working holiday permits. So people coming here for 6 months, I believe, like 3/4 of them may have a van, because after that they're gonna travel in New Zealand. So if you've got a one studio to rent for 6 months to them, they're gonna purchase something to after visit the country. That's my view. I'm happy to be wrong, but that's what I've seen. Yeah.
And I'm going to steal one of David's favourite questions now. Seeing how you can only fit one car is what's proposed, how far would you be willing to leave your second vehicle wildly parked somewhere and walk back to your place of residence if you had to do that?
It depends if I'm training for the Queenstown Marathon next year or not. I have no idea. If you're not a family, I believe that you will have time. If you're a family with time pressure, you're pretty annoyed, but that may be fall into a routine to take. Yeah, I'm sorry, I may not answer your question. I haven't thought about it.
I might just qualify that. Realistically, if you could fit one on the drive and you had space on the front lawn, you would probably just stick the other one on the front lawn. Would that be a fair response?
All right, so if I was moving to Queenstown right now into Daly's Mile or Europe, and I have to start from scratch, I probably will consider definitely one car to take, with 2 kids, one car to take everyone on holiday, so probably a biggish car, and to put the bikes on the back of the car and things. And I don't know, I would say an e-bike, definitely, but yeah, if we've got 2 cars, I think I would do that, to be honest, yeah. And so that leads me with the last question. You already indicated that you're a public transport user, even though you have 2 cars. So that's a personal choice thing. Do you think that is normal for your group of people that you know, or is that unusual, do you think? I think that's probably semi-unusual.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously I'm French originally, so even if I'm from a rural community in France, I'm used to public transport. And here there's definitely a trend to take our car very easily. And yeah, I guess it's very hard to break people's habits. And I think you only break habits when you have no choice. So when you become an asshole, sorry, I was not sorry about the term, but like a very strong, like for example, coming to town for me, unless I have to pick up something, skis in my car, whatever, I would definitely look at the bus table because it's so much easier to take the bus.
Thanks very much for those answers. It's really been helpful getting an understanding from someone who lives in the world that we're having to consider how we apply rules and objectives around. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good, thanks, David.
Thank you. Gillian.
Just a quick question from me. In the middle of winter,
Yeah.
when it's cold and it's wet and maybe a bit dark, are you still going to jump on the bus?
Well, I'm working from home, so I don't have that issue. But in the bus, yeah, in winter, yes, that's more the biking.
Okay.
I'll probably, yeah. But the bus, yes.
Still.
Now, considering that from my experience and the previous work I did, I had trouble to take the the bus. And each time I was taking it, that just didn't work, or that was just a little bit overwhelming and very tiring for me at the end of the day to do that, because I was almost taking the bus and a few times the bike with the bus.
So I guess the reason for my question is to understand whether if we get everyone on the buses moving into town,
Yeah.
when the weather's fair, that's great, but I was just trying to understand whether when the weather's not so pleasant to stand at the bus stop, whether it changes people's behaviour and they all go and get in the second car and start commuting by car.
I would say some people, yes, that may change the behavior. If there's a bus shelter, that's fine.
Cool.
And I've got a good rain jacket myself, but same, I may be a little bit out of the
normal.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Sure.
And no questions from me either. But thank you very much for your representation, for your presentation, and for your answering of the questions, and for presenting so well and thoughtfully to us. That's much appreciated.
Thanks.
So, yes, you've done a great job, and thank you very much. Because you mentioned, it's not your usual environment. So, yes, that's very well done.
Thank you very
Taking
much.
time out of your day as well, so thank you. So have a lovely evening, and we'll carry on. You're welcome to stay and listen. I suspect you may have better things to do.
I'll go and see my daughter. Sorry, that was a big day for me.
But you're very welcome to leave or stay as you wish. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. Have a lovely evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that. Just a little detour, Mr. Winchester, and having Ms. Austin present, that was very helpful to skip around. In terms of timing, I'm conscious we've probably got time for one more lot of witnesses. I'm not sure any travel requirements for your team and whether we're best to have transport first or economics first or anything else first.
I suspect, sir, we might be best to have the economic witnesses first. I think they've got a flight in the morning. Yeah? What time? Lunchtime. It's your choice. We can do either.
Let's do economics. And I shouldn't say that with such a sort of downbeat voice.
Well, I think, sir, prepare to be surprised.
We'll just take a 2-minute toilet stop while you get set up. Thank you. We'll just adjourn for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, jeez.
welcome back. We'll make a start. We will, as I alluded to, alas, only have time probably for the two economists because the panel have some meetings at 6 tonight. So we'll need to adjourn it by 5:30 at the latest. So in terms of order, over to you as to which order you want to go in. In the same way as Mr. Milne, just because of the live stream, if you could just, don't need to read everything, but just the salient points. And that way it's just there for the live stream audience.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. For Mr. Osborne, he's going to read from his paragraph 8, and Mr. Heath will then read from his paragraph 4, both capture the key elements of their evidence, noting that Mr. Osborne is an economist and focuses on economic costs and benefits more generally in terms of the extension area, and the focus of Mr. Heath's evidence is more on the commercial centres and retail issues. So in terms of the questions, that's how they're likely to be divvied up if and when you ask them. So I'll ask Mr. Osborne to go first.
Good afternoon. There was significant agreement within the economic conferencing, so the matters of potential contention are relatively limited. Starting at point 8, the points raised by council witnesses Ms Fairgray and Ms Hampson on the extension area appear to relate to their position in the joint witness statement, where they identify concerns that the area may affect the level of residential intensification closer to the commercial... Sorry. Oh, thank you. Should I start it?
Yeah, go.
Just starting at point 8, sorry again. The points raised by council witnesses Ms Fairgray and Ms Hampson on the extension area appear to relate to their position in the joint witness statement, where they identify their concern that the area may affect the level of residential intensification closer to the commercial precinct in the short to medium term, resulting in a temporal inefficiency. While the level and potential extent of the extension area on the commercial precinct is addressed in Mr Heath's evidence, I think it is pertinent to consider the likely economic benefits of the extension area in light of any potential temporal impact. As identified in my evidence in chief, there are a large number of market factors that are likely to impact upon the level of residential capacity actually realised by the market. Impacts through market feasibility and typology acceptance are likely to impact upon the timing and extent of provision within the wider variation area. Inherently, the level of flexibility and capacity indicated by the extent of zoning impacts upon housing fundamentals such as choice and affordability. I understand that a key consideration in terms of the MPSUD is the utilisation of appropriate land around centres for intensified residential development to provide efficient access to services and opportunities. In assessing the economic appropriateness of the extension area to the variation, there are a number of factors that require consideration. Firstly, the potential for economic costs. When considering locational options for increased density residential development, it is important that the appropriateness of the location is considered. With a finite level of demand for medium to high density development, adding development potential in inappropriate locations can increase competition, redistributing demand to less efficient locations. There are two key factors to consider here. The first is that the extension area will provide additional development capacity to a market that is in desperate need for additional development options, impacting upon district-wide housing choice and affordability. The second is that the extension area, as an agreed position, is an efficient location with regard to both the wider variation area and its proximity to the Frankton area. Essentially, even over the short to medium term, the extension area proposed represents an efficient location for development that is unlikely to result in any tangible economic costs, while contributing to a more efficient, effective and affordable housing market for the Queenstown Lakes community.
Thank you.
It's not on. It's not on. There you go.
Two key findings from my economic analysis were: residential development in the eastern extension area would improve urban form efficiency and have a positive impact on the functioning of the urban environment and economy, and that the extension area is very well located, being in such close proximity to highly accessible centres, employment hubs, schools and other essential services and amenities a community requires. The economic benefits and efficiencies of this outcome are the same irrespective of the timing of the area's development. It is locationally driven, not timing driven. That if the trust were not permitted to be developed, there would be economic opportunity costs foregone, and that development would be met in more distant or less efficient locations. I understand Ms Fairgray's position to be that the development of the trust land is a long-term proposition, so as to not undermine development around the commercial precinct and land within the variation area closer to that precinct in general. I find this position difficult to reconcile practically, and in my view could lead to unintended consequences of amplifying the housing supply problem rather than addressing it. In terms of the commercial precinct, a dwelling being developed in the trust land is just as positive for the precinct as development of a dwelling within the variation area. The commercial precinct is the closest local centre and supermarket, so the centre would be utilised by households in the trust just as frequently as a household in the variation area. The economic benefits are the same. What I find difficult to resolve in Ms Fairgray's position is her concern that it would be less efficient to develop the trust land at the same time as the variation area, and that this has adverse effects on the commercial precinct. This is the same local area. Ms Fairgray appears to want to micromanage the development of the variation area like a ripple effect from a stone being dropped in a pond. This is both impractical and unrealistic. There are multiple landowners across the variation area who have different motivations, development experience, access to capital, risk appetite, etc., all which make development of the commercial precinct outwards a theoretical proposition rather than a realistic real-world outcome. Pepper-potted development of a local area is the norm. It is not an unusual, inefficient or adverse outcome to be managed, particularly in the Queenstown market that has struggled to deliver residential supply. The idea of preventing residential development in an area all experts agree should be urbanised so the commercial precinct and surrounds of the variation area is developed first in a coordinated manner is illogical and at odds with the MPSUD and would amplify the housing shortage by preventing development of efficient land. Overall, development of the trust land within the short term and at the same time as the variation area would generate economic benefits that would outweigh the economic costs by a significant margin. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Shall we start with Mr Osborne for questions? And then we can come to you from what Council said earlier. We need to let Mr Osborne have a say first. So we'll stick with that one. Judith, no? No questions?
No questions.
Julian? Oh, this could be quick. Ian?
I have the same questions for both of you, so it makes sense actually for you both to answer each one. Okay. First of all, I just want to understand how you've approached the proposition of residential development on the Hutchinson Trust land in terms of what we've also been provided with, which is a consequential second small commercial centre closer to that land, a neighbourhood type centre. I could understand an argument of if there are two centres and in the short term housing at the western end and commercial development at the western end might slow down everything at the eastern end. But that to me is a very different argument to the question of just pure residential development in the prospect, in the context of one commercial centre at that eastern end. For each of you, what scenario or both were you speaking to just then?
So my assessment was based around there not being, it was residential, purely residential on that site.
And the one centre as notified. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Ditto.
Does the idea of a smaller neighbourhood centre that might be justified, not on the Hutchinson land, but closer to it as a second centre, would that change any of the conclusions you've reached about the Eastern primary, I guess, centre?
From my perspective, not if it was well managed and
Okay.
the scale was appropriate.
Okay.
So it's quite small.
I think in terms of efficiency, it would probably slightly improve the position, in fact, because some of those local services could be provided, convenience could be provided conveniently. The efficiency for this particular site, a lot of it is driven by its proximity to Frankton and to that employment.
Okay, next question then, and same sort of line. Does the suitability of the Hutchinson land for residential development change at all whether we only supported one centre as notified or one centre and a smaller second centre as has been identified through the submissions process? Does it matter to you?
Given that my initial assessment was without, it really doesn't change the outcomes of my assessment, no.
Yeah.
Likewise?
In my view, if the Hutchinson land wasn't included for development, then I think...
Sorry, not so much whether the Hutchinson land is in or out, whether there is one centre or two in the zone.
No, it's not critical to me.
Okay, thank you. All right then, so the temporal issue. I found this one really interesting and I haven't quite followed the council witnesses' concern, and I'll explain the proposition to you to comment on. What we've been told is that the desire is for a mix of densities, including medium type densities and over the longer term, let's hope it becomes viable, high density. And the witnesses also have told us, other witnesses have told us that the best place for high density would be by the centre. But if the time frame within which the highest density is likely to occur is the long term, I don't understand the desire to get as much short term, lower density development at the centre. That seems to me to be almost pushing the longer term high density away from, possibly towards the Hutchinson land, funnily enough, if it gets kept as the long term last cab on the rank. Do you both think that there is a supportive, in principle, argument for the idea of, all things being equal, highest density at the centre, that classical radiating model of lowest density furthest away? If so, is the potential for a temporal effect caused by the Hutchinson land being included a good thing?
So at a principal level, I would agree that you're looking to try and get the proliferation of increased capacity takes away from the catalytic effect that's required for greater intensity in and around centres. So there is a balance that needs to be struck with that. Your point that you made is extremely important. That is that in markets where we can expect high density to actually occur, we're looking at trying to facilitate that by not having huge amounts of either greenfield or other types that may take away from that, the impetus to create that. In this particular case, that isn't feasible and is unlikely to be feasible. So what we're doing is we're hamstringing the market now for something that can't occur for a long time anyway. So we're actually not creating an environment in which this high density is going to occur because we know it can't at this point. And we're actually reducing the amount of capacity that is actually going to be available to the market in the short and medium term. And for Queenstown, the short and medium term, given the changes that council are making, both in terms of...
Well, you're veering off the question a wee bit. I do understand all those variables. The question is, let's assume, for the sake of the question, there is a future, but it's a long-term future, where high density does become feasible. Is it better for that to be, all things being equal, adjacent to the commercial centre, or as close to it as possible, or further away?
Closer.
Okay, that was the first limit of the question.
Yep, closer and within it. Yep.
Right. So one of the funny things about the council's current position is this idea of supporting development that is feasible now, the medium density, but somehow safeguarding an opportunity for that higher density. And all things being equal, the best location for that would therefore be adjacent to the commercial centre. But doesn't that create the same temporal effect that the economists are concerned with, which is not getting development happening at the centre?
Correct. Or long term. There's no guarantee some of these things are going to happen.
Absolutely understand the long term issue. We're on top of that one.
Yeah.
It's the location. It's whether the temporal effect that's been identified is actually an adverse effect, which the council's economists have said it would be. But the answers you've given me about, well, if it did happen, is it actually, if it creates more opportunity for something in the longer term to come along close to the centre that might be higher density, and it might not be really high density, it might just be higher density than is feasible on day one. Would that actually be a bad thing if, as you say, they're still going to go to the centre for their goods and services, they're still going to go there for their as nearest and closest, they'll still go there for the bus if they hopefully catch that, etc.
Yeah. From my perspective, any loss of efficiency as a result of that would be plain in the margins. And would be well offset by actually just providing supply in a market that's desperate in need for supply. So the concern I have of the high density zone is, one, is the extent of it, and two is there could be tracts of land left vacant waiting for this high density development, which may not occur. I don't think even council's witnesses was convinced it could potentially occur in the 30-year period. So if we're leaving good land for urbanisation vacant, really are we addressing the problem?
Okay. Anything else you want to add to that?
I agree
All right.
with that.
Those were the only questions I had. Thank you both. Thank you. The tag team worked pretty well today.
Just, excuse my complete non-economic sort of bent, but what I took from Ms. Fairgray as well was, in terms of supply, there's a housing crisis, but despite that, there is quite a large supply of land and area and space in Queenstown. And if we grant it, Ladies Mile will add more. And this might be a very basic view of it. And the Anna Hutchinson would add yet more still and dilute the offering per se, especially in the shorter, medium term. Is that a fair assessment from your positions? And if not, why not? I suspect I know the answer, but I just want to be very clear.
I would say it's not an appropriate position, simply because the variation area and in fact the extension area themselves are efficient locations for development. Probably more efficient than a lot of the capacity areas of capacity in Queenstown. So allowing them to go into the market, I mean, the reason that you don't oversupply a market to a particular point is that you end up with inefficient locations, you end up with disjointed development. This is a comprehensive master planned area that is well located in terms of opportunities and so forth, and accessibility, and is a good addition to the capacity for Queenstown. And if it does compete with other areas, it legitimately competes with those areas.
And just before Mr. Heath maybe, and that's the sort of intent of the illustration in figure 1, etc., in your evidence?
That's correct. It's showing the proximity to those activities, and just the fact that it seems an ideal location to drop right in the middle of activity.
And so you wouldn't have a concern per se about short-term potential oversupply because of the strategic nature of that location, of the variation location?
No, there's a number of reasons. I mean, the strategic nature of the area is extremely important, but in terms of oversupply, the Queenstown market is fairly unique in terms of that and the way that it absorbs capacity. And some of the concerns with oversupply are a disjointed development, but also collapsing land prices, which means that you don't get density where you want it. And that is unlikely to happen, and the current market is hyperinflated for those prices. So allowing those land values to drop by increase in supply is not necessarily a bad thing.
the location is more efficient. It's more efficient location than the variation area itself. So I don't see it as an oversupply at all. I think it's supply in the most efficient location. If you're going through Queenstown identifying areas to rezone, this would tick way more boxes than probably any other site. It's a no-brainer economically for me, this. And what's the alternative? This is more efficient than Hanley's Farm and a lot of the other supply available in the market. So it's hitting the bullseye for me in terms of efficiency. And of course, not all the supply is going to come on in the first 2 years. It's going to be drip fed. So if you've got 4 builders building in the variation area, having 5 going with one in the Hutchinson land and 4, it's no difference whatsoever. So to me, it's a really simple question to answer, and it's yes, it should be permitted, and we're not going to provide an oversupply to the market. In a market, remember, that's already struggling to find supply and under-delivered in residential for years. It's playing catch-up.
And tied to that, and this may be way too simplistic, so apologies in advance, but the oversupply, I realise developers, of course, will wait for the margins to work when they release land, but there's a supply and affordability type question. So, Mr. Osborne, you have the 1.7 average in Queenstown, and the supply here from an economic point of view, the efficient use of the land, the typologies proposed in the variation, how would you see that as, in terms of affordability, the average, how it would work together with the rest of Ladies Mile as well?
I think the typologies are an important part. What we've seen in Queenstown that's been dragging or inflating that average value has been the big properties with the expensive houses. And what hasn't been a major part, although been a growing part of the market, are more the terraced houses and the walk-ups and things like that. And these typologies in this area that are identified are key to that affordability issue. The affordability issue being driven not just by simple population increase, but other demands such as the visitor accommodation and home, second homes and so forth. So there's a need to meet that demand as well. That's why so much more supply is required than the population increase would suggest.
And just with an efficiency, and it's a bit like we had a discussion earlier today about amenity for high density, which this isn't, but the linkage with State Highway 6 and the efficient use of State Highway 6, there's public transport mode connection proposals. Do those lovely things of mode shift, etc., relate to an economic pickup, or is it car parks and cars, etc., for the linkage? This isn't the most eloquently phrased question, but I'm interested in efficiency in terms of mode shift and whether you've turned your mind to that at all. I know there's transport people coming up, but from an economic perspective, but also efficiency if you take up various provisions about car parking.
We really haven't looked at that in terms of efficiency in terms of access to transport and so forth was one of the things that was looked at for this area, but not really in terms of the ability for modal shift and the need. The market sort of decides the need for car parking based on that change and shift and the accessibility to that public transport.
Yeah. I haven't looked at the modal shifting.
And the same, just we heard about walkable catchments, etc. Is there an economic bent to those as well, or are they more an urban design sort of construct?
They have some credence in economics, as it were. The things that we talk about rather than amenity in economics are efficiency, and part of that is being able to access, having everybody being able to access things, and walkable catchments are quite an important part of that. Apart from changing the efficiency of transportation, it's also allowing people without cars to access jobs and retail and things like that. And so those distances are quite important in terms of providing for more capacity within those walkable catchments.
I think they're a self-construct for walking. And I'm looking at it from a commercial point of view in terms of the centre.
Yep.
It makes no difference whatsoever. 90 to 95% of the people who will be using the centre will be going by car. The supermarket will be the most frequently used shop. They'll go by car. They're not going to be travelling with shopping bags on an e-scooter or something back. So yes, it makes the centre more walkable, particularly for employment, but realistically, and I think even Council's Witness identified that the reduced parking of the centre really could affect a larger supermarket, and I think that's a really important consideration. You need to have the level of parking required for the scale of the supermarket, and if it's going to be larger, then you should make sure you've got enough provision for car parks. Otherwise, you're start going to affect the economic performance of it and the desirability and accessibility of it. So, I think the reduction of car parks of the commercial centre could be leaning towards a little bit ideological rather than actually just thinking commercially practical. What do we need? These people will be having cars who live in this area. It's on the urban fringe of Queenstown. And they'll need them not only for shopping but for employment, for recreational activities and things like that. So, I think car parking is a pretty important one.
And you mentioned e-scooters, and it was something discussed with the traffic people from the council. But it's even on a bike, the Anna Hutchinson variation area is circa 5 minutes into the commercial centre. Yeah. You mentioned e-scooter, even quicker. Does that all sort of factor into the economics of and excuse the pretty total ignorance, but for the commercial centre there's the vibrancy, the population coming in. Obviously they then need to easily get there. So from the commercial centre, that all sort of walkable bike, car is an amalgam of aid to sort of stimulate that centre that the variation land could enhance, in your view?
Yeah, look, I think the walkable catchment extents are actually increasing with e-scooters, e-bikes and everything else. And we're in a situation here where it's pretty flat. We haven't got hills to deal with and things like that. So 800 is not the end of the deal. A home, or someone living 750 metres from the centre versus someone living 920 metres from the centre, it's pretty much going to be the same sort of thinking around whether it's walkable and usable from that sort of mode aspect. So, to me, it's an arbitrary line, and while there is some science around it, I think we've had a lot of good discussions in the Auckland PZ78 plan on walkable catchments. I think we had 2 days that we couldn't get back, but it's...
I'm pleased I wasn't there.
Yeah, some of us were. So I think, I don't think it's in stone, put it that way, the 400 and 800 metre walkable catchments. I think it's growing as a result of different modes that are coming into play now.
The one other thing is the schools, should they eventuate. And just obviously you're more a commercial bent, but the schools would support the commercial, and again it's part of the efficiency, the larger, bigger argument about the strategic nature of that variation land, I'll call it. Is there a tie to the schools there at all?
I think it's a really important and fundamental activity for the community of the size it's going to be. And yes, it would provide additional impetus to the commercial centre. Having it, I think it's in close proximities, I think that would add to it.
Anything?
I'm afraid that's not my...
that's fine. Sorry.
Schools, but that's all right.
The schools and your eyes glaze over. I'll just check that. Oh, there were these plans. We discussed also just... I'll be conscious of time too. We discussed, I did briefly with Mr. Milne, to the southern side there's low density. Mr. Munro discussed with Mr. Milne potential low density from a landscape perspective. We've heard from the different economists like this is potentially a no-brainer, to use your words, site to go. So medium density from an economic point of view it has to be, or can you see an element for low density to achieve some of, not as low as the Wakatipu Basin, but more thinking of the Cocoa Ridge to the south? How much is the difference there from an economic point of view? Is it linear with the numbers of dwellings or not, or would it make a significant difference if it was low density?
In terms of the extent of the area, I don't think it would make a dramatic difference. I mean, we're talking about an area that works as one variation area as well. So we're talking about it in relation to the total number of over 2,000 in this area. From an economic point of view, the low density would be achieving outcomes that are potentially non-economic. So economically, we would like to see as much as possible on the site because it is so accessible. So dropping those numbers, albeit not ideal from an economic point of view, wouldn't necessarily have a linear relationship with the benefits from that. It would still be an addition to this area that's efficient.
Yeah, I think it's one of the more efficient locations within the whole broader area. So I think any reduction in density would probably start to adversely affect the efficiency of the utilisation of the land, of efficient land. So all that within reason, of course, but I think the more we can put on there, the better from an economic perspective.
And from a supply for the market perspective.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
This is a banging site for residential. Scientific term.
Thank you very much. I've got no further questions, but does anyone else have any? No, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for staying late as well.
No problem.
It's appreciated.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm sure you actually found that quite interesting. I did. We have Miss Scott from the Queenstown Lakes Community Housing Trust scheduled at 9:30 tomorrow. I may just get the traffic and transport witnesses on as a combination before Miss Scott. I think that's sort of the discussion you've heard tonight leads quite neatly into some of the transportation considerations. So that's what I propose at 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will adjourn now until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a lovely evening, everybody.
You too.
Thanks, sir.